All right, everybody, listen up. With all the big-time sports action that's happening each and every day, the Stephen A. Smith Show wants to make sure you are taking advantage of it all. That's why we partnered with Prize Picks, the best place to win cash while watching sports. The app is really easy to use, you know. To create a lineup, all you have to do is pick more or less on a few player stats. Choose from any of your favorite players, all in the same entry. Then sit back and watch the list. You can play Prize Picks in over 40 states, including California and Texas. Best of all, Prize Picks will give you $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Win or lose, you'll get $50 in lineup. Just use promo code SAS and download Prize Picks now. Again, download the app and use code SAS to get $50 in lineups instantly after your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. Hey, bring your game. Welcome back to Stephen A. Smith Show. Now let's get to the latest on the Sean Diddy Combs federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial in New York City. After 6 weeks of testimony, the government today has started to present closing arguments in their case against the music mogul. The feds characterized Combs as the leader of a criminal enterprise, and that enterprise serviced Combs' personal desires through a pattern of, quote, violence, coercion, and manipulation, end quote. In addition to that, the feds allege Combs committed several crimes that include kidnapping, arson, forced labor, bribery, and sex trafficking. Combs has pleaded not guilty to all charges. If convicted on all counts, he could face up to life in prison. Joining me now to break it all down is an attorney and legal analyst extraordinaire for ABC News. You can also catch him on SportsCenter, hosting SportsCenter on ESPN. Please welcome back to the show the one and only Ryan Smith. What's going on, Ryan? How are you doing, man?
Man, I'm good. Stephen, how you doing?
I'm tired as hell, but it's always good talking to you, my brother. I've been working like crazy for the last 3 months, but I'm here. Let's get started with the news yesterday that the feds were withdrawing some of the criminal allegations against Combs ahead of closing arguments today. The move was made as part of an effort to, quote-unquote, streamline instructions to the jury. Break this down for us, please. What exactly happened there, and what does it mean?
They are saying they're not going to argue the attempted arson and the attempted kidnapping parts of this case. Now, I want to specify, this does not apply to the arson that's being alleged against Kid Cudi's car. So that's one that I think a lot of people know about, that they've heard about, that's attracted a lot of attention. That's still going to be part of what they're arguing. But what they're trying to do, this kind of, to me, relates more to the RICO case than anything else. In a RICO case, which is the big charge against Sean Diddy Combs, you have to bring in all this evidence, all this information. You're trying to basically say Diddy and somebody else or other people, maybe his entourage, other people in his orbit, got together, committed 2 crimes, at least 2 crimes in a 10-year period in furtherance of the criminal enterprise. But the problem is they've offered so much information in this thing that they have to try to streamline things to the jury. They have to. This is why in this kind of case, closing argument becomes everything. Because you have to take all this evidence, all this information, all these witnesses, and you got to show that RICO. You got to show that he and others got together, they did these 2 crimes or more in this period of time. But when you start throwing in attempted arson, attempted kidnapping, and you don't think you have a good case against that, you run the risk of the jury saying, well, I'll plead those things, so you plead the whole thing. Instead, they're focusing a lot on things like drugs, things like that. All these things are the crimes they're saying are part of RICO, the defense's whole case. Consent. Yes, he might be a bad man. Yes, you might think the freak-offs are terrible. Yes, you might even think he's an abusive man. But are these consensual relationships? Say, for example, the sex trafficking. The whole idea that Jane and Cassie were compelled to engage in commercial sex acts under fear of force or coercion. They're going to undermine that, the defense will, by saying, look at these loving text messages. Look at how these women wanted to do this.
Hold it.
So, go ahead.
It's not just the loving text messages, Ryan. Am I wrong when I say I could have sworn I've seen where there were freak-offs that occurred without him by those two, Jane and Cassie? Correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong about Cassie or Jane, please correct me right here on camera. My understanding is that every freak-off didn't involve P. Diddy. It involved them doing it on their own with others of their own volition, not forced at all. Am I correct?
I think you're right about that, but here's the thing. The prosecution even tried to touch on that in their closing arguments by saying, you don't have to believe that he orchestrated and did something wrong in every freak-off. All you got to believe is it happened once. That's it for the sex trafficking. All you got to believe is it happened once.
Hold on, Ron. Excuse me for interrupting. So you're trying to tell me that if on their own they engaged in several freak-offs, but then there was one that he was involved in, that they could literally try to instruct the jury, pay attention to the one, not the others that you did of your own volition?
No, they're saying this. Here, I get what you're saying, and here's what I'm saying they're trying to show the jury. They're trying to show the jury that this happened over and over again. These women were forced in some ways to be a part of this, and that all of these things show what was going on. And what they're trying to show to the jury, though, is maybe something that you're reflecting a good point. You're reflecting the point of somebody might look at one of these freak-offs and say, where's Diddy in all this? They, even in their closing argument, said, you don't have to believe that every single freak-off was him threatening violence or coercion. Just once. Just once, either to Cassie or Jane. That is sex trafficking, because it's an act of sex trafficking. It's an act of the predicate offense of sex trafficking they're trying to forward here. So I get your point, but they're trying to battle that point as we speak in the courtroom by saying, we offered all this evidence. We offered all this evidence to show you the world that he created in this criminal enterprise that he was in charge of. But you don't have to believe that every single moment he was threatening violence, every single moment he was threatening coercion. It can be once, it can be twice. And if you see that, you have to convict them. But your point is a good one.
So what about the once, the twice?
No.
What about the once or twice or 5 times or 10 times they did it on their own? Listen, I'm not trying to get him off. I got nothing in this game. If he's guilty, he's guilty. If he's innocent, he's innocent. I don't know. I know what I saw in that video with him hitting Cassie. There ain't no getting around that. He can't come back from that. But anything else involving sex trafficking and racketeering, I'm in no position to judge him. But what I'm saying is, not only have we heard testimony about them having freak-offs without him, we even saw or heard of them having their preference about who's going to be involved in the freak-offs. So all of that points to consensual more so than anything else. Wouldn't you say, Ryan?
In some ways, yes. And let me touch on reasonable doubt again. But what they're saying is, think about the rest of the testimony with Cassie, the rest of the testimony with Jane, because that was part of what the defense pushed back on when they were both on the stand. And they both mentioned, I felt like this would happen if I didn't do these things. Jane even mentioned the point of, hey, if I didn't get to choose the escorts, if I'm going to be put in this horrible situation that I'm coerced to be in, at least I want to have a say on who I have to have sex with. And so that's the situation we're trying to build out here. But what I like about what you're saying, Stephen A., is you are channeling one of those 8 men and 4 women possibly in that jury box. And I say this again, the ages are 30 to 74. I say that because you never can really account for how that wide range of ages might look at this. They might look at that and say exactly what you're saying. Well, wait a second. They were setting up some of these things. Well, wait a second. We didn't see Diddy in all of this. And if just one has reasonable doubt, you lose that conviction. So I think that's the risk that the prosecution ran in a case like this. And I think it's the problem with the RICO case. You bring in all this evidence, but if all of the evidence doesn't necessarily point to what you're trying to prove, it can be a problem.
As it pertains to jury selection, we're talking about the wide range, 30 to 74. Who is that favor? The defense or the prosecution having a wide range of jury, because again, all cases
prostituzione.
For this 10-year period, furtherance of the enterprise, for RICO laws, the sex trafficking, the transportation of prostitutes, that seems like they can get a conviction for. But unless they can do that clearly, it favors the defense. Why? Because the defense looks at this jury and they see one person they think might be favorable, and they just talk to that person, or talk to those two people, or talk to those three people. You don't look at opposing argument in a case like this with that wide range, and the wide range is uncommon for cases like this. But what I'm saying is, for defense attorneys, you look at a case like this and you say, I'm not going to convince one. I don't have to convince all of them. All I got to do is convince one strongly. Go in that jury room and say, you guys, I see what you're saying, but I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. And if you can get somebody to do that, then you win. I think that favors the defense unless the prosecution is more stubborn.
Let's get down to it when it comes to you, Ryan Smith, based on what you've heard. The feds might be a case on all charges against you.
Transportation of individuals to engage in prostitution, yes. Sex, because there's definitely evidence. If there's witnesses who come forward, talk about calling this person, they come across state lines. That, I think, is easier to solve. That is not the biggest charge. In terms of RICO, in terms of sex trafficking, I don't know. And I'm not, I wouldn't say no, because we're not in that courtroom. And so much is relying on them tying everything together. Okay, right now, what they're saying in those closing arguments. But here's my problem. They talk about Diddy getting together with all these people. They talk about that he is one of his assistants, people like Christina Porro, who's one of these people who sets these things up, people who are talking about it. I have a little bit of a problem that I didn't hear all of this. Because you're saying Diddy, in order to believe, you have to say Diddy and others did these things in furtherance of the enterprise. Where are the others? Some of the others came forward. But if you're that jury and you don't believe that all these others are part of the enterprise, then you're searching for the other people, then doubt comes in. So right now, I would say based on what we've seen, I think the prosecution has a strong case, but it is definitely not a slam dunk. It is definitely not clear. There's big differences between this and R. Kelly case in RICO, for example. And this is not something that I think is an easy one to prove for them. So I think it's 50-50.
Jury deliberations, how long do you anticipate this could go? Because the trial could end, whether it's tomorrow or it could end by Monday, and then jury deliberations kick in. How long do you anticipate that would take?
Can go days. But I'll say one thing. What's going to be interesting to me and what I think people will keep an eye on, will the judge give the jury this case on Friday? It's a very small point, but sometimes when juries have a case on Fridays and they really want to go home and they really want to be done, they rush it. And you could have a verdict on Friday. My sense here is the judge might have them start on Monday, so they're really thinking it through and being thorough. And if that's the case, I think it could go on for days. And it's mostly because of that RICO charge. I think it is a very complicated thing that prosecutors have to do here to try to get her to prove that case. And I think we see clearly, look, Stephen A., we can look at this case, no matter what you think. We see that Diddy is a bad guy. We see that he did bad things. But are they criminal things? Are they criminal things? And I don't know if we see that here. And I think that's going to take the jury a long time to sort out.
Very last question. I know this trial hasn't been televised. The judge didn't want that. That's why we see, the drawings and all of this other stuff. Is it possible that the judge may allow the verdict to be televised?
No, I don't think so. I think this is going to be shut down the whole way through. I think one thing that people can look for, though, even as they hear about the decision, is he convicted on one thing and not on others? And I will say this, Stephen A. If he's convicted, say, for example, on the transportation to commit the prostitution, but not on the other two, that is a loss for the prosecution, a huge loss, because you want to get him on that top charge. You mentioned it at the very beginning. He faces life in prison. That's for those things like sex trafficking, for RICO conspiracy. And if they don't get convictions on that, that is a huge loss, not only for this case, but for a prosecutor's office that is trying really hard to hold powerful people accountable for what they consider to be criminal acts created by an enterprise. If they can't get a conviction here, that's a problem on those big two charges.
Wow. One and only Ryan Smith, ABC News, ESPN, right here with your boy Stephen A. Appreciate you as always, my man. Take care of yourself. We'll talk soon, all right?
Yeah, man. You too. Get some rest.
I'll do my best. We'll do my best. Coming up, a political stunner in New York City's mayoral race as President Trump attacking the Democratic frontrunner. What does this mean for the Democratic Party? I'll get into that and more with California Representative Ro Khanna. All that and more coming up right here next on the Stephen A. Smith Show. Back with more. Welcome back to the Stephen A. Smith Show. My next guest represents California's 17th Congressional District. Please welcome back to the show, Representative Ro Khanna. How are you, sir? How's everything going? It's been a while.
It's good to be back on. Good to be back on with you, not on Bill Maher. My recommendation for anyone watching, do not debate Stephen A. on Bill Maher. Won't turn out well for you. So I'm glad we're chatting on a show like this.
I wouldn't go that far, but on a more serious matter, before I even get into Trump and Israel and the Iran situation and what have you, how is the state of California doing in your mind, in your estimation? We know what's been going on over the last few weeks. Obviously, the Israeli-Iran situation distracted us from what was transpiring in California. We have 1,400 National Guardsmen, 700 Marines, United States Marines descended upon the state of California, the city of Los Angeles, courtesy of the president, sending them there. What has life been like for you guys in California?
Dude, I have a common sense perspective on this. First, no one should be on Waymos burning them down. No one should be engaged in violence or harassment against law enforcement officers. No one should be engaged in violence against anyone. And we need to make sure in California, our local police and our state officials make sure that people are safe and that there's zero tolerance for violence or the destruction of property. At the same time, no one in California was asking for the National Guard or the Marines. And the president, in my view, clearly overreached. And I guess people just want common sense. They want California to take care of this. The sheriff can, the police can. They don't want the president sort of grandstanding about it. But they also don't have sympathy for people, burning down cars, and they want politicians to condemn that.
What about the notion, because you got a lot of people on the right there, they're looking at California as a sanctuary state, and they think that that's problematic, and ultimately you have elected officials trying to get in the way of ICE doing its job and what have you. All of that conflict has stirred up, and flagrantly so, I might add. What are your thoughts about that as a representative of the state of California, it being essentially a sanctuary state? The role that a lot of people believe that's played in forcing and compelling the president to take the position that he has taken. You're not a Republican, you're not a member of the GOP, you're a Democrat, but obviously, you exercise common sense in a lot of ways, and that's why you should be applauded for it. What are your thoughts about that situation in terms of whether or not the president was right in doing what he's done in terms of because of what's existing in the state of California?
The reason I disagreed with what the president did is it was not like there were people who were willfully standing in the way of ICE enforcement. I mean, if that was the case at a large level, that is very different. But I think what most Americans want is if you're a violent gang member, if you're a part of committing violence against anyone and you're here undocumented, that you should be deported after you have your due process. If they want you to have due process, and they're fine. But I don't think what most Americans want is if you're working in a farm job, if you're working in a hotel, if you're working in a restaurant, even if you're undocumented and you're paying taxes, that we need to rip you away from your families and deport you. I think they believe you should be having some path to stay in the country and work. And you know what? Even President Trump has said that if you're a farm worker, if you're in the hospitality industry, if you're in the restaurant industry, if you're working here, if you're paying taxes, if you're law-abiding, then let's have some path to legalization. So I wrote an op-ed on Fox News saying, okay, Mr. President, why don't we find common ground there? Why don't we look to a path to legalization for hardworking taxpayer people who are undocumented and focus the ICE resources actually on the violent criminals? That's what you said you would do when you won the presidency.
I'll get back to that in terms of let's find common ground, that issue a little bit later on in this discussion. But for the moment, I want to transition to the Iran-Israel situation that has unfolded over the last few days. You introduced a war powers resolution aimed at preventing Trump from escalating tensions with Iran, co-sponsored with Kentucky Republican Representative Thomas Massie, the lone Republican involved in the effort. How did you two come together on this?
We both believe that this country has been in too many endless wars overseas. And by the way, that's been bipartisan. Yes, George W. Bush got us into the Iraq War. That was a mistake. But there were a lot of Democrats who voted for that war, including people like Senator Chuck Schumer. Then we got into a war in Afghanistan for 20 years. Now, I supported the initial strikes on Afghanistan, but we should not have been there for 20 years. Then we struck Libya. I mean, that was, I deeply admire President Obama, but he was wrong in striking Libya in an unconstitutional way. And then we were involved in Yemen. We were funding the refueling of Saudi planes to strike Yemen. That was unconstitutional. So Massey and I have been consistent. This is not a partisan issue. This is not against President Trump. Whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, we're saying two things. One, you've got to come to Congress first before you go into a overseas war, because that's what the Constitution requires. That's what 2/3 of the American people want. And second, the American people are sick of this. They don't want more troops in the Middle East. They don't want billions of dollars in the Middle East. They want the focus here at home, and they want war to be a last resort, and that's why we introduced it.
But Representative Connor, you and I both know, particularly in the climate that exists in today's politics, there's no way on earth you're going to get anything done if you got to go to Congress to get something done, because you're going to have people voting against you just because. I mean, there are people that have given indication, we're going to vote against anything Trump. We don't give a damn what it is. And obviously on his side, there are going to be people that are going to vote for whatever he wants just to be in his good graces. So what's going to get accomplished if you have to go through Congress?
I do think if there's an actual national security threat, you will get Congress to authorize it. Look, George W. Bush, even though I disagree with the war in Iraq, he got Congress's authorization to go in there. For Afghanistan, he got Congress's authorization to go in there. Now, I'm someone who has introduced a resolution to codify Trump's executive order on lowering prescription drugs. So I'm not one of these people who says everything Donald Trump does is wrong and I'm going to oppose it. I try to look at things issue by issue. In fact, when Donald Trump was trying to get a deal with Iran, and others were criticizing him, Chuck Schumer was criticizing him. Chuck Schumer was saying, no, don't make a side deal with Iran. Don't trust Donald Trump. I was saying, no, let Trump try to get a deal with Iran. But Bibi Netanyahu forced his hand. Bibi Netanyahu bombed Iran. They didn't let the negotiation to play out. And then I think that Trump has two people on his shoulders. One of the folks are the Lindsey Grahams saying, let's do regime change, let's keep going. Trump tweets out, Khamenei should be assassinated, maybe we should have Iran regime change. But fortunately, there's another side to the MAGA base. Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey. They're saying, you campaigned on no more wars. And I'm glad he listened to them. I'm glad he listened to some of us in Congress. And after the strikes, he said, okay, we're done. And we're going to get a ceasefire and no more. And we're not going to send more of our troops and risk getting into an escalation. So I do think it was important that Congress spoke out. And I think Congress has to, in this case, if Congress is a little slow, that's probably good, because I don't think the American people need more money, more wars overseas.
Representative Connor, I just want to make sure before I move on to my next question that you understand what you just said. Right here over the digital airwaves of YouTube, with millions of people watching you, you just said that you actually agree with Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Are you sure you want to be on camera, on the record, stating such a thing, sir? I'm just checking.
Absolutely. When it comes to keeping us out of the war in Iran, let me tell you, those folks and more than some of the people in my own party, they said that Donald Trump, this is the end of your presidency, this is a betrayal of your base, and I give them credit where credit's due. There are a lot of places we disagree. But you know what, Stephen, one of the things that I get criticized for my own party, you're saying that Stephen Bannon is right on something. But I think the American people want folks to just call it as they see it. They don't want us in partisan pride. Right. When they say something I agree with, I'm going to be honest and say, yes, I agree with them. When they say something I disagree with, I'll make that clear too.
I completely agree with you. Let me move on to my next question, because you and Thomas Massey structured the resolution as privileged, which could allow it to quickly come to a House vote. Republicans largely align with Trump, as I just stated. How will you move the War Powers resolution forward, and can you get more Republicans on board?
I do think we can get more Republicans. We got Chuck Edwards. There are a number of Republicans who do not want this war. Now, hopefully the ceasefire holds and that we don't need it to come for a vote if if Donald Trump doesn't threaten any further action. But if the action is threatened, it should come for a vote. And by the way, this is not against Donald Trump. It's not even about Iran. It's simply saying that we need to listen to the people and listen to people in Congress before we commit our troops, before we commit young men into a fight overseas. One of the things Josh Hawley, another Republican who I agree with, he said, look, here's the problem. Now we've sent more troops into the Middle East. We've got more young men and women being called up. We're going to have to go to the Middle East. We've put our troops at risk. We're spending more money on the Middle East. Why aren't we spending the money on building manufacturing here, on helping people with health care here, on child care here? So I hope that they do not remove the privilege of this war powers resolution. They allow it to get a vote if it's needed, and they make it clear that we're not going to allow presidents to get us into more endless wars regardless of the party.
You repeatedly stated that anti-establishment left and right must find a way to work together. But how much hope is there really in your mind and in your heart of that actually happening?
I think on some issues there is real hope. Let me give you 3 issues. The biggest problem, money in politics. I mean, you should not have people spending $250 million on a super PAC and then getting someone elected. And here's where I think Democrats get into trouble. We talk about Elon Musk spending $250 million. We conveniently forget the billionaires who spent hundreds of millions of dollars on our side. There was more super PAC money for Kamala Harris than there was for Donald Trump. So get rid of all of this. No, ban these super PACs. Why should someone be allowed to only give me $3,500 if they're contributing to a politician, but then go write a $50 million check to a super PAC? That's one area where the left and the right can come together. Second, prescription drugs.
En route to collect the asset.
Off the American people. They go charge 3 times less in Japan, in England, in Europe than they charge ordinary Americans. Now I understand if you're going to
asset being transported.
Some countries in Africa, developing nations, you got to charge them less. That's humanitarian. But why are we paying 3 times more than people in the Western world and in places like Japan? So Donald Trump comes on and he says,
you keep improving the park, and that's a bonus for us all, including me, and you, of course.
I introduced exactly his executive order as a bill.
Personally, I don't think the Troodon gets as much respect as it should. It's one of those dinosaurs that seems like an evolutionary bridge, stuck in time and transition. The platypus of its day. And now, ours. It's also incredibly interesting to study and display, so make the most of this animal.
That is a left-right coalition that is coming together and that will take on the establishment on both parties.
Any thoughts on all the noise being made by some Democrats that the bombing by us
transporting asset
those nuclear sites that existed in Iran
delivery complete.
Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth say that's absolute nonsense, but also give us some time to analyze and evaluate the situation. We believe it was highly successful and that we derailed it in operations for a long time.
Asset in transit.
Let's look at the facts. Well, you can't
asset has been transported.
Then Trump came in, he ripped up the deal, and by the time we were bombing, it was 60% enrichment in Fordo, but it was also enrichment across the country. Now, we don't know exactly how much damage they've done. They have done some damage, and I hope it's a lot of damage. I don't want Iran to have a nuclear bomb. It's a national security interest to keep Iran from having a nuclear bomb. But the problem is that whether it's 6 months, a year, 2 years, we've known from J.D. Vance that they've kept some of the enrichment. Make at least 10 new bombs from there. And we know that they have the know-how in some capacity with centrifuges left to be enriching uranium. So we're going to need a new agreement to actually prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb. There's some of my party who say, well, Donald Trump ripped up the deal, let's just bash him. I actually don't even have that view. Fine, he ripped up the deal. He shouldn't have ripped up the deal. Now he wants to do diplomacy. I'm all for it. Go with the Nobel Peace Prize. If we're going to give it, go just get a deal where Iran is actually inspections, where Iran is committing not to ballistic missiles, and let's have diplomacy
So you believe that Israel and its efforts have been justified as it pertains to Iran, considering the fact that Hamas and Hezbollah, people like that, were proxies for Iran in terms of their terrorist acts. Obviously, the Houthis in Yemen, we had to deal with them or what have you. You don't have any issue whatsoever with Israel and its influence over America, with America doing some of the things that it has done. You believe that Israel was in the right and America was in the right in terms of the actions we took. Is that a fair assessment, sir?
No, I think we were in the wrong. I mean, we should not have bombed them. We should have engaged in diplomacy. And I think Netanyahu forced President Trump's hand. He should not have been bombing Iran. Not just, I think it's fair to say that it's in the United States' interest to deny Iran a nuclear weapon. The way to achieve that was not through bombing. The way to achieve that was through the diplomatic type of painstaking work that President Obama did, where you got an agreement where
Asset transported.
Iran was not going to enrich more than 5%. So why does Netanyahu not go along with that? Because the reality is Netanyahu has had a mission, a stated mission of regime change in Iran. And some of the hawks who want Trump bombing, they want a new regime. I don't think we should have a regime change war. So I think Netanyahu was wrong to bomb, and we should have allowed Trump to continue the negotiation. I'm glad there's a ceasefire. Now he needs to go into a negotiation with Iran to prevent them from getting a nuclear bomb.
I certainly don't believe that the United States or anybody else should be engaging in regime change either. I totally am with you on that. I'm just wondering whether or not Iran is somebody that you can trust when they've chanted death to Israel, death to America, you know, a million times over the years. Are they somebody that you can trust to engage in diplomacy with? That's what I'm wondering about. You really feel that's plausible or that's possible when dealing with Iran?
You can't trust them, but you can verify. You know, the famous Reagan thing was trust but verify. My view is just verify. Verify. That's what Obama did. When Obama doesn't get replaceable, I criticized Obama on Libya, right? So I'm not just a partisan here. But on the Iran deal, they got a deal where they were verifying. They had monitors and people in Iran at the whole supply chain of uranium, and they were monitoring it up through 2018, and there was no enrichment beyond 5%. That's not because the Iranian government is trustworthy. It's because they were basically being monitored by the IAEA. Now, there was one criticism of that deal. That deal did not apply to ballistic missiles. So they limited the enrichment, but Iran could still develop ballistic missiles. And what would have been appropriate is for the next president to come in and say, I'm going to strengthen the JCPOA. I'm going to work to make sure that they can't develop missiles. But we have a framework. We know that Iran will negotiate with verification, and that's the policy we should pursue. Not because it's somehow, weak or peace-loving, because it's the only thing that's effective. You got two choices. You can either bomb them every year, to waste American tax dollars and put our troops at risk, or we can engage in verification and get the IAEA inspectors there like we had in the JCPOA.
3 quick questions before I let you get on out of here, because we only got a few minutes left, and I thank you so much for your time, Representative Connor. Really, really appreciate talking to you and seeing you again as well. Number one, I want to get to something that's near and dear to your heart. You were here in January to discuss the looming TikTok ban, which has been extended for the 3rd time despite a bipartisan law passed by Congress that mandates TikTok's Chinese parent company ByteDance sell the app. Where does that stand now?
I'm glad that that law has been extended. We can't kick 175 million people off of an app. We can't kick off people who use this app to make a livelihood. You know, there are 1.5 million people who are content creators in America and make a living off that. To put that in context, there's 70,000 people who make a living in steel. And to just shut all that down would be devastating for the economy, not to mention for free speech. So what we should do is keep the app open. We should require the company to be an American company. We should require the data to be stored in America. We should make it criminal for any algorithmic interference by the Chinese. The president is trying to do that, and I actually support that effort. It's another place where I think that Trump is doing the right thing by keeping the app open.
Transitioning to another topic, what the hell is this I'm hearing about California legislators are proposing a ban on online fantasy sports? What is that? I mean, what are your thoughts about that? What do they do?
I'm opposed to that. Look, I'm never going to get into a sports discussion with Stephen A. But, I was on a I did fantasy teams growing up. I grew up a Phillies fan, Philadelphia fan. I used to collect baseball cards. We used to have a team. My team almost never won, my fantasy team. And, I never quite figured out whether you need to draft the quarterback or the running back first. And, everyone else is looking at points. And it always amazed me that you'd be watching these games and folks would be less concerned about, whether the Eagles are going to get a win or 49ers are going to win. They'd just be cheering for the random offensive linemen because they had them on their fantasy team. But that's the fun of sports. Like, when you talk about dumb things the Democratic Party does, it's like, let's go ban fantasy sports. And then let's pay $20 million to understand why we're losing young men. I mean, come on. And you wonder why we're in the state we are as a party. It's laughable.
Exactly. Well, I will say this, and this is my last question. Can't say that in the state of New York or the city of New York City. We saw Zoran Mamdani beat former governor of New York, three-term governor of New York, Mr. Andrew Cuomo. I mean, he beat him in the Democratic primaries just a couple of days ago. What was your reaction? What was your thoughts about that?
It says one simple message, which is people care about the cost of living. Everyone is focused on what was Zoran's position on Israel, what was his position on the cultural issues, what was his position on ICE. You know what Zoran talked about? He said rent is too high. He said that you can't afford your groceries. He said that I understand why people voted for Trump because they can't afford to buy a house and the cost of living. They aren't making ends meet. And what I'm going to do is provide actual policies to lower the cost of living for folks, to make New York affordable again. That's all he talked about. He had videos out there going to street vendors talking about why it costs $10 for chicken over rice, a halal meal, as opposed to $8, and what he was going to do to bring the cost of living down. And so what this tells me is the Democrats need an economic message. We need a message talking about how we're going to deal with the affordability crisis in this country. We need a message about how we're going to create good-paying jobs in America through technology and with AI coming. We need a message about how we're going to build things in this country.
But Representative, he's a self-proclaimed socialist. He was endorsed by AOC.
Let's get some new buildings in place.
And we all know
We're a professional outfit, and we need world-class facilities.
He sort of turned against that kind of rhetoric, and that's partially why Donald Trump was voted for. I don't think that's deniable. So, do you think this is something that could have a profoundly positive impact on the Democratic Party when his message, although it was, it was articulated very, very well, I might add, is that the kind of thing that's going to win you votes in the midterms and a general election in 2028?
If we take the best of him and discard the areas which we disagree with, that's the Stephen A. approach, right? I heard you on
heard your name for the governor's seat of California. Haven't heard your name when it comes to presidential ambition, sir. Should you be pursuing those things? And if not, why not when you seem to be speaking to a vast majority of American citizens?
Well, I was promoting you, Stephen. I was just trying to get onto your ticket.
Don't do that.
The VP
Don't
slot.
do that.
That's what the campaign. But look, I think we need more independent voices. That's why I like what you were out there saying. I think we need. Let me say the three things I think we need in this country. One, we need people who are going to call out both parties if they are right or wrong, not just be in our partisan tribes. Second, we need people focused on the economy. My district has $14 trillion. It's even 5 companies over $1 trillion. The AI revolution is going to produce huge wealth. But we can't be a nation half prosperous and half in decline. We need people who are going to figure out with this AI revolution how we're going to create good-paying jobs and economic opportunity in places that have been left out. And third, we got to have people who are going to be on Team America. We're going to try to bring this country together, not be partisan. You know, I'll end with this point. I voted against, I led the charge against Trump on the Iran war powers resolution. And then I voted to table the impeachment. You know, on the left, some people are saying, oh, you're a hypocrite, you're a hypocrite. I'm saying, well, there are other presidents who have committed unconstitutional things. I don't want to make this partisan. I want to figure out how we bring the country together in a big coalition. So I don't know whether my type of politics can win a particular primary, but I do know it's where the American people are, to be independent, to call balls and strikes, not to be just reflexively partisan.
Representative Ro Khanna, 17th District of California. Always an honor and a privilege to talk to you, sir. I really enjoyed being on Real Time with Bill Maher with you. I really enjoyed our communication since that time, and I have no doubt we will continue to communicate with one another. You are always welcome on this show, sir. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule to come on. Really appreciate it. You take care of yourself.
Thank you. It was my honor.
I appreciate Representative Ro Khanna. I really, really do. I had a blast being on Real Time with Bill Maher with him. Obviously, he's knowledgeable, he's passionate, but he's about common sense. He makes sense, and he's willing to disagree with his own party, calling balls and strikes. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? He's somebody that can be trusted. And anybody in politics that can be trusted is somebody that we should try to elevate and make sure that we shine a light upon them and give them the shine that they deserve, because at least we know where they stand and we can trust them. It's a big, big deal. It's a big, big deal. I want to thank Ryan Smith again for coming on the show. Of course, Representative Ro Khanna as well. Book It with Trent, always good to see him. And my man Brian Windhorst for breaking down the NBA draft the way that he did. That's it for this edition of the Stephen A. Smith Show. I hope y'all enjoyed it as much as I did. I'll see y'all in a few days. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. God bless. Until next time, peace and love, everybody. Be safe.
How he feels about rings, right? That's what this game is all about, rings. Well, Gilbert Arenas had some issues with some comments you made, but this all started
have issues with me.
because LeBron also has some issues as well. On his Mind the Game podcast, they were discussing ring culture and how the stakes are very different, Stephen A., for NBA players.
Unsportsmanlike with Evan, Canty, and Michelle.
We are Unsportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2. Yesterday, as first reported by Adam Schefter, senior NFL insider, Tuesdays with us, Adam Schefter podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. Ex-Ravens kicker Justin Tucker received a 10-week ban from the NFL per ESPN.com. And Adam, the NFL found that he violated its personal conduct policy. The league announced Thursday Tucker can serve the suspension as a free agent and is free to sign with an NFL team. If he were to sign with a team, he could attend training camp and play in preseason games before the suspension starts August 26th. He's eligible for reinstatement on November 11th. The NFL said Tucker was accused of sexual misconduct by 16 massage therapists from 8 high-end spas and wellness centers in the Baltimore area, according to the Baltimore Banner. All of the alleged misconduct reportedly occurred between 2012 and 2016 during Tucker's first 5 seasons in the NFL. They released him on the 5th of May, and Tucker's representative, Rob Roach, released this statement. We are disappointed in the NFL's decision. Justin has always strived to carry himself in a way that would make his family and community proud. He stands by his previous statements in order to put this difficult episode behind him and get back on the field as soon as possible. We have advised Justin to accept this resolution and close this matter. Obviously, these allegations are extremely strong. These allegations are well sourced and credible from the Baltimore Banner, and these allegations make you think of the victims and not the alleged person that did these things. So those 16 people tragically have to allegedly deal with this forever. And that is the horrible part of this, not the football part.
Of course. But what I can't reconcile is them saying, based on our findings, we believe that you violated the personal conduct policy. So they're acknowledging that some part of this they have found to be detrimental to the league, and this behavior they do not support. Whatever was alleged from these 16 people, the NFL has said, we believe it to a certain extent. I know there's legalities involved in this, but that we are going to suspend you for the first 10 weeks of the season. So you're absolving it in some way, or you're trying to say that it's only worth 10 weeks of him not being able to play? That's where I can't wrap my head around this, because if you have done your findings here and you think that there is truth behind this, and maybe you want to wait for everything to still play out, what is the message that you are sending as the NFL? What's the message that you're sending to these alleged victims, these 16 people who have come forward about this, that whatever they dealt with is only worth 10 weeks of an NFL season? That's what I can't rationalize.
Yeah, the NFL wants to be seen as doing something, and without going too far into it, because we haven't seen the investigative reports, I think that they felt like they needed to make a decision in a timely fashion as we get ready for teams to gear up for reporting to training camp next month in late July. So I think that the NFL wanted to take decisive action, but Smalls, I can't tell you whether or not they got it right, because I don't know what to believe and what not to believe. All I can acknowledge is that it is a very uncomfortable fact pattern, and based on that alone, I think the NFL was forced into doing something. But let me be clear about one thing when it comes to Justin Tucker. Right now, he's on the outs in the NFL. He doesn't have a job, and I don't think it's a situation where Tucker couldn't bounce back after he served his suspension and catch on with the team. But I think of what the scenario is that he's facing with the 10-game suspension, and then I think back to how bad he was last year, and I have a hard time seeing an NFL deeming it worth the risk to bring him into their organization. The PR is awful, but let's be honest about one thing. The PR was awful with Deshaun Watson, and yet the Cleveland Browns still decided to trade for him because they thought he was good at football. If teams thought that Justin Tucker could help their cause, help them to get to the playoffs, compete for a championship, they would be more willing to gloss over or overlook these allegations. But I think the fact that Justin Tucker had the worst career season that he's had.
Schwangere und Personen, die an Bewegungskrankheit leiden.
Time seeing it. Right, last year he had his worst season, fewest made field goals, lowest field goal percentage, second worst extra point percentage. It's clear that he's no longer the weapon that he once was for the Baltimore Ravens. The Ravens had a built-in advantage for the last dozen years when you got a kicker that can hit them from 60, 65 yards. Like that's huge. Remember that game that he had in Detroit a couple of years back? He nailed a 60.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Regulation. Please refrain from feeding our prehistoric animals.
And now, just trying to spin it forward as far as they're concerned, this is a team that has title aspirations, and they're trotting out a rookie place kicker. I mean, listen, I know it's not sexy to talk about special teams, but that's a huge phase of the game. It's 1/3 of your football team, and the identity for the Baltimore Ravens for so long in that phase has been Justin Tucker. So now, what does that do for them in terms of their ability to contend? I think it absolutely has huge implications in terms of being able to have that trust factor in that phase of football. And let's not forget, John Harbaugh cut his teeth in the NFL, made his bones in the NFL as a special teams coach. So that's important to how he wants to organize a game plan and try to win football games. So I think it has huge ramifications for the Baltimore Ravens, and it's something that a lot of people won't pay attention to.
The football part is what we do for a living, the sports part. And if we're not doing sports, we're doing things we hope to try to make you laugh and smile and the nonsense of the world in and around sports and entertainment.
there is no moving on from the 16 alleged victims here, right? It is our job to make sure that you guys understand that that's the focus. But our job then becomes separately, not more than, but separately, what you just said, and that's the football part of it. And I feel retroactively like, God, I can't believe I used this guy as an example for so many positive things in football, but he was a great football player. And the comparison that I would always make to your point is the New York Yankees, for the better part of 15 years, played an 8-inning baseball game. Everyone else played 9-inning games. Because Mariano, you're not going to have a hit. You will not score runs in the ninth inning. And if you do, it's a fluke.
And he only had one pitch.
Right.
A fastball.
And you still couldn't hit it.
And the Baltimore Ravens, for the better part of the last decade, played basically on a 70-yard football field.
Because he was so accurate and effective.
If Lamar Jackson got you to the 30, you're good. You're going to score points. He's going to kick a field goal. You're going to have points on the board. They now play 100 yards just like everyone else. And that does change things for a team that is in, I don't want to say Super Bowl or bust, because when we say Super Bowl or bust, that would indicate a change after the season with coach or quarterback. That will not happen here. You better win a Super Bowl. And the style of play and the way in which they operate now has to change. You cannot rely on, hey, we're going to get to the 30, worst case scenario, we pick up 3. Well, now you're just like everybody else. You get to the 30, and you're not definitely going to make a 47-yard field goal.
But this decision was easier for the Ravens over the NFL because this is a 35-year-old kicker who's coming off a career worst season. So everything that you just said applied for every season of his career up until last year.
That's right.
So it makes it easier for these teams and this entity to say no to someone who allegedly did these horrific things to 16 people when the production isn't the same.
And I don't have to say this because I know you're thinking it and saying it. That's sad.
Of course it's sad, but
it's sad that that's the impetus.
But as Cece pointed out, did it matter with Deshaun Watson? Of course not. He got $230 million guaranteed.
And that was an 11-game suspension that he served. 11-game suspension. Justin Tucker got 10. So I guess the NFL is using that template and applying it to Justin Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the situations are apples to apples. Again, we don't have the privilege of the investigative reports, the evidence, but we can acknowledge that the fact pattern is unsettling, and he deserves to be disciplined in some way. And I think the NFL, based on how they handled Deshaun Watson, tried to apply that same rationale to this situation. But I think as far as the career arc is concerned for Justin Tucker, I don't know that there'll be an opportunity for redemption, at least not in the NFL. Very different than Deshaun Watson. The position, but also how the league perceives you in terms of your abilities being in your prime versus your best years being behind you.
Yeah, and to your, the overall point, playing in the NFL is a privilege, not a right.
Correct.
Okay? When someone is not in jail, when they haven't been arrested, and these are allegations, and there's nothing to put this man in jail. The privilege of playing in the NFL, I'm cool with that being taken away. He has the right to work. He has the right to live a life. These are allegations. But the privilege of playing in the NFL has been taken away, at least for the first 10 weeks, because of his alleged actions. And as you guys have pointed out, because he's not as good at football as he used to be. It's probably more the second part than it is the first part, and that's the same thing with Deshaun Watson. And it's kind of wild. If you think about the Deshaun Watson acquisition and what happened after that, that has so many branches off of it. Do I think it affected the Tucker suspension? Yes. Do I think it affected Lamar Jackson's contract? Yes. Do I think it affected Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers replacing Tom Brady and leaving the Cleveland Browns? Yes. It's unbelievable that moment and how many things were affected by that contract being given to Deshaun Watson. It is a wild turning point in NFL history. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive.
What's for dinner? Let's go. Bush's baked beans and a barbecue chicken bowl. Yum. How? We're highly sensitive to baked bean emergencies. Bush's baked beans, make it a meal.
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask your friend to stop digging into the green?
I can ask, but he's not going to. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect. Like buy a double cheeseburger for you and add a McChicken for $1. Because being able to take a little further out is a big deal. You'll get more than you expect with new McValue.
When you see what it's really like when our skin touches wool, you see why we need Downy. Adding Downy to your wash not only makes your clothes feel softer on your skin, it breathes life into your laundry.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence. And parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on what they're using. Stop and control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
The NFL Flag Championships are back. This just only get bigger and better every year. The next generation of stars are ready to ball out. Let's go!
So many players, so much talent.
As the game takes center stage for the premier youth flag football event of the summer.
A title on the line in the shadow of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota, July 18th through 20th on ESPN, ABC, and more Disney Network.
All right, Parky, here we go.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the new urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible critical care in just 15 minutes, even before you pay the vet.
Surgery went great. Clarky's a really brave boy.
Ask your vet about Pumpkin Pet Insurance or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Bare Knuckle Fighting Championship brings the world's most exciting combat sport back to the birthplace of Bare Knuckle. In the main event, Connor Brumtown Bomber Tierney against Danny the Bastard Christie. Watch live June 28th at 3 p.m. Eastern on Fubo Sports.
Just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using Home Aglow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
Michael Wilbon, one of the most credible people in the entire industry, is talking title. What have they built here, and how did this happen?
Whatever you want to say about the Luka Doncic trade, Nico Harrison has built arguably the best front line in the NBA. You think about Anthony Davis, now Cooper Flag, Derek Lively II. They just extended Daniel Gafford on a new 3-year, almost $60 million deal. The biggest key, though, this season is going to be Kyrie Irving, the return to health that he's going to have. If he was healthy right now, we'd probably be talking about this team with the Thunder competing for a championship 1,000%. But that uncertainty on him, and I'm told the Mavericks are not going to be rushing him back. He personally is hopeful in targeting that January, February period. But that extension that he signed, Greeny, 3 years, 119, what it does is give Dallas the ability to do their taxpayer mid-level exception of just over $5 million. And they're going to use that to go find a stopgap type of point guard. D'Angelo Russell, Chris Paul, Malcolm Brogdon, those are the three names I'm told that are in play there potentially, that they're going to have interest in. Who is that player going to be? What's the impact?
So they're not done. Talk to me about these maps. Yeah, I mean, that's the high priority. We don't know when Kyrie Irving is going to be back. Where are they in the standings when he does come back?
This is Unsportsmanlike on ESPN Radio and on ESPN2.
We are Unsportsmanlike here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2. If you need
Please take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
candidates, use ZipRecruiter. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. Our next guest at about 7 p.m. Eastern, after 2 hours on Sunday, may want to go to ZipRecruiter.
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite du raciste.
And he will be a part of the free agency show that we have on Sunday night here on ESPN Radio, 5 p to 7 p Eastern Time. Bontemps and I will be hosting. Very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, he better wear a back brace because he's probably going to be carrying you the whole time.
Okay. All right. Off to a good start here.
Are we sure that Chris and Michelle aren't around on Sunday?
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive cars.
On ESPN.com about Ace Bailey, but no. All right, Tim, let's talk about that because after night 2 of the draft, night 1 is still the storyline. You and Jonathan Gavoni combined on a story about Ace Bailey.
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
Well, I am looking forward to Sunday, to be totally clear. And, yeah, the situation with Ace Bailey is interesting. He told at least one team in the top 5 that he was not interested in playing for them and would not report to
We
them
ask
if
that
they
you
did
remain
draft him.
inside the tour vehicle at
The
all
Utah Jazz
times.
drafted him with the 5th overall pick, and they were not the Washington Wizards, who were the 6th pick and were the team that I think Ace Bailey was hoping he would eventually wind up with, and that is why we are in this sort of weird interregnum period now where there's not
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
for their first round picks to celebrate them being with their new franchises, and they'll hold up their jersey. They'll be excited about being there, and it's not exactly sure when the Jazz will do that with Ace Bailey and sort of what the next steps will be. Now, the Jazz would say, I think fairly, that because they host the first summer league
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
For that. But, like, if Ace Bailey isn't in Utah by, say, Monday, and we start next week, and this situation is sort of still in a holding pattern or worse, it will start to become a pretty interesting story to follow, again, particularly because the Jazz host the first
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
Two first-round picks, Ace Bailey out there starring for their summer league team, and if he's not, and there's this cloud hanging over it, that's certainly going to put a bit of a different spin on what their offseason will look like.
Tim, which move that we saw during the draft this year will have the biggest impact on what plays out this summer with player movement, free agency, etc.?
That's a good question.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
In that direction in terms of this summer, what I would say for next year is that the Atlanta-New Orleans trade, where the Hawks move back 10 spots to allow the Pelicans to move up to get Derek Queen, the big man from Maryland, but also caused the Pelicans to give the Hawks
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
whichever team finishes higher up in the lottery standings or in the overall draft standings. That could wind up being quite easily a top 5 pick in the draft. It could be the number 1 pick in the draft. Next year's draft is deeper than this year's
Care
draft.
when embarking and disembarking the tour.
Jonathan Givony after the draft last night said next year's draft should be great. So for the Hawks to get a option like that in the draft when they already traded their picks the next a couple years ago to get DeJounte Murray and to get Kristaps Porzingis this week, I think the Hawks are probably the biggest winner of the whole week. And I think in terms of like stuff to look forward
Cuidado
to,
al embarcar y desembarcar no paseo jurásico.
where that draft pick winds up, because it could wind up being an incredibly consequential deal.
Tim, we keep speculating on Giannis and his future, but if he were to stay in Milwaukee, what do they need to do to make sure that they put a contender around him?
It is funny to say if he were to stay in Milwaukee, Michelle, because he is under contract for, I believe, the next 3 years at this point. So I think people
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
The real question is, what can they do to put a contending team around him? The Bucks believe they can be a home court advantage team in the West. That would be a trick. And Jason Tatum out with these Achilles injuries because obviously one of their best players, Damian Lillard, is also out with those
在侏罗纪之旅中，上下车时请您注意安全。
flexibility to try to add to what is a pretty threadbare roster outside of Giannis. Now, having Giannis alone gives you a chance to be a top 4 or 5 team in the East, especially with all these other injuries. But
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
2 to 3 weeks is starting on Monday night when free agency begins. What can the Bucks do to freshen up this roster around Giannis, and can they put themselves in a position where they're good enough to be
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
I think a lot of teams in the league would argue it's going to be a difficult task, but they believe they can do it, and they've typically been very aggressive in the past, and I expect them to be again the next couple weeks, and we will see what that ultimately looks like.
We're talking with Jim Bontemps, ESPN senior NBA writer, Hoop Collective
Off-road
podcast,
adventures can
ESPN.com.
be
We'll be all over
uncomfortable for
ESPN
those
television,
who
give
are
it first take,
pregnant
etc.
or suffer with
And
motion
most
sickness.
importantly, of course,
Please
our
take
free agency
appropriate
special Sunday
measures
night, 5 p to
before
7 p Eastern here
embarkation.
on ESPN Radio. Tim, just for clarification purposes, the Ace Bailey, just back to that for a second. Do we know for a fact that Utah wasn't the team he told that he didn't want to go to? Or is that a possibility that Utah was the
Tengan
team?
cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
It's unclear at this point where that sits. And look, I would say it'll be clear when Ace Bailey shows up in Utah, right? Or doesn't. So, I think at this point it's just a wait and see. Because again, like, this could end up being a sort of a funny little story.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their
If
environment.
this becomes a thing where he's not there at all for summer league, then obviously it takes on a much different tone.
Right, then we have the biggest story going on in the NBA if that happens, obviously. On the latest Hoop Collective podcast, available on the ESPN app, wherever podcasts are found, you guys discussed the Celtics, Jaylen Brown, Derek White. They have not been moved. There's no indication they are going to be moved. Is that off the table?
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
I don't know if it necessarily fits exactly in one of those buckets perfectly. What I would say is that I would not expect the Celtics to move either of those guys. I think if they do move either of those guys, it's because they're going to get a ton of assets in return for them in the deal.
Please take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
The Celtics had to save a lot of money. They've already saved in the deal setting up Porzingis and Drew Holiday $250 million on next year's payroll and luxury tax bill. Now they're in a situation where they have a much more manageable financial situation and they can
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del tour giurassico.
So I would say that if you see one of those two guys traded, which I would not expect, it's going to be a trade where you're going to look at it and say, man, the Celtics really got
Feel
blown
like a
away with
park
the deal.
ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
So I think that's where it sits. I, however, would expect that if you're asking me what the most likely outcome is, I'd say the pretty heavily most likely outcome is Jason Tatum will be on the team. But Jaylen Brown
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
How this is under the radar because we're talking about one of the most visible franchises in all of sports, but this is a consequential offseason for the Lakers, especially with their top three players.
Take this long to get a Laker question.
But Tim, in all seriousness, how do you expect Rob Pelinka to proceed with what the
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
In all seriousness, it is kind of amazing. We got it took us a little while to get there because there is a lot of stuff going on in the league because it is a really interesting season for the Lakers. You have LeBron James on Sunday has to decide whether to pick up or decline his player option for next season.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
Deal for a couple of years, or whether he wants to wait. He can extend after that too. Whether he wants to wait and see what happens over next year, and wait until he gets free agency next July. And you have the Lakers again, like all these other teams in the West, looking up at the Oklahoma City Thunder and going, "How are we going to catch up to these guys?"
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
What are the Lakers going to do to make their team better between now and a month from now? Are they going to go get a guy in free agency? Are they going to go make a trade? Austin Reeves has declined his own extension because he could get paid a lot more money next summer. So they do have Dorian Finney-Smith as a player option.
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
They have $60 million so they can expire in contracts. They can move around a deal. So the Lakers obviously had a nice year last year. Yes, they lost in the first round, but they made some real strides forward. Finishing third in the West was better than I expected they would do. Obviously, the Luka trade was a complete black swan event over the course of, the course of history of the league. And so now going into this summer, it is going to be a very important summer for
Welcome
them.
to the most
And it is going to be
exciting
very
way to
interesting to see what they do.
experience
They
our
got a lot of
dinosaurs
balls to
in their
do.
environment.
They want to catch up to the teams at the very top of the conference, and they have limited ways to fill them. On top of the fact that you've got, this thing hanging over them on August 2nd, which is what is Luka going to do? And as you said, Rob Pelinka has a few weeks to try to show him the team.
Cuidado ao embarcar e desembarcar no passeio
Tim, let's
jurássico.
go to the other coast. It's also a consequential offseason for the Knicks. In your opinion, who should their head coach be?
I mean, it's hard to say exactly who their head coach should be at the moment because, I can't really get in their heads and tell you exactly what it is they're trying to do in terms of what they're looking for in a head coach. But,
Please take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
A month ago, basically, and we still don't really have a good sense of where the search is going to go and, really any sort of timeline on what the Knicks are going to do. As I've said a few places, if the Knicks, really all that matters at this point, Michelle, is that the Knicks get this hire right. If they
在侏罗纪之旅中，上下车时请您注意安全。
and they make the NBA Finals next year, no one's going to care. If they hire a coach tomorrow and they lose in the first or second round of the playoffs, everyone's going to want everyone's head.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive
To me,
trucks.
it's less about, when than it is who it is, and there isn't an obvious candidate sitting out there right now that checks all the boxes the Knicks would want to fill. That's why they went and asked all these sitting head coaches.
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
Clear exactly when it's going to conclude.
Tim Bontemps, ESPN senior NBA writer. Check out his latest story with Jonathan Gaboni, ESPN.com, about Ace Bailey, his future, the pick, of course, of the Utah
We
Jazz.
ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all
He and I will
times.
host our free agency special, 5 p to 7 p Eastern, here all across the country on all of our ESPN radio stations, Sirius XM 80. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me. See you Sunday.
All right, there's Tim Bontemps. A lot to dive into. Gave us some nuggets about the Lakers, the Ace Bailey. It's not off the table. But the
Tengan
Jazz
cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
has been on the record, to my knowledge, saying, no, it wasn't the Jazz. And he's still not there. And Tim said, right now this may be something or maybe nothing, but if it comes to next week and he's still not there, or Monday and he's still not there, when they start their practices for the Summer League, well, it becomes a big something. Then it's almost like I want to buy the tickets for the Summer League even more if he's
Off-road
not there.
adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before
Vivid Seats is your
embarkation.
ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action, catch every home run, and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee.
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
Ticketing partner of ESPN.
This Sunday on ESPN Radio, it's a free agency frenzy. Join Tim Bontemps and me, Evan Cohen, as we get you ready for a wild free agency season in the NBA.
You're going to see some people move some places that could potentially trigger other deals that become fascinating.
NBA free agency frenzy Sunday, 5 to 7 Eastern on ESPN Radio and the ESPN app.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
End of your first year, so I'm going to use mine to get something from my beautiful stunt double, Eileen.
You earn, we match.
Wow.
Discover Cashback Match.
We'll take them.
Great.
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del tour giurassico.
Nature is full of wonders.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Please take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
Quiet, please. Wimbledon premieres Monday on ESPN.
Waking up with headaches?
Sealy Posturepedic's exclusive precision fit coils respond with targeted support right where you need it most.
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
If you're making a to-do list today, make it easy on yourself. Just write down Reese's, then write down eat them, and then you're kind of done for the day.
Today, let's paint with Bear. Oh, you're already done.
Yeah, we painted earlier.
He did the research. Bear has #1 rated product.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Do your research and get great value at an everyday low price, only at the Home Depot.
Ooh, baby back ribs, saucy.
Tender guy. Hot.
Don't you just love that you can take it all?
How'd you like to take me home?
Well, we did drive.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery, because a little play can make your day. All right, Parky, here we go. Okay. Tucky. All right, we'll do it big.
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
Pumpkin Now, the new urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible critical care in just 15 minutes, even before you pay the vet.
Surgery went great. Clarky's a really brave boy.
Ask your vet about
Off-road
Pumpkin Pet
adventures
Insurance.
can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
This is unsportsmanlike.
Cuidado ao embarcar e desembarcar no passeio jurássico.
Unsportsmanlike presented by Progressive Insurance. If you're a renter, make sure you're protected. Renter's insurance includes options that cover stolen property, personal injury, and living expenses if your place is damaged. Quote Renter's Insurance at Progressive.com. NBA free agency gets going officially on Monday. Obviously, tons of moves have happened, including the 2 rounds of the draft over the last 48 hours. We have our free agency special with Tim Bontemps and I.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
And CC waited 8 minutes during the conversation with Bontemps. If you missed it, go back on the app or wherever podcasts are found to listen to it in full, to ask about his squad, the Lakers. And not just because he was a fan of the Lakers, but they were pretty damn relevant. And their player, who I think you guys have heard of, his name's LeBron James. If you're
Thank you for clarifying.
yeah, I had to. Instead of the other LeBron Jones. No, LeBron James. He has a player option for $52.6 million that he has a deadline as to what to do with it on Sunday. So there's an extension that's a possibility that you could extend off of that. You could decline, sign a new deal. There's all kinds of options that he would have. But a decision has to be made on LeBron's
Take
future
care when
by
embarking
Sunday
and
and how he's going to
disembarking the
operate.
tour.
If he declines that extension and does not, I'm sorry, if he declines a player option and it's not immediately reported that he signs a new deal, we are going to be in a chaotic state of, wait a minute, so you're telling me he's technically an unrestricted free agent? Now, none of us are expecting him to leave.
No.
But that moment, you want a chaotic, explosive summer?
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
Oh, and there's more. August 2nd, Luka is extension eligible. Oh, and by the way, ESPN's Dave McMenamin reported that Austin Reeves has turned down a 4-year, $89.2 million extension with the Lakers. Why? Well, because the extension would be way greater next year, and he'd
Feel
be
like
paid
a
like
park
the second
ranger
best player
and
on
take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Is he a second best player? Maybe not. And if he's not, then maybe you have to move him this summer. There is kind of your state of the Lakers. CC, as a Lakers fan, how do you take
Tengan
this all in?
cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
Right, they've got to figure out how to do it. Not a ton of assets in that way to go out and get a center via trade. So the question is now, are you willing to part company from some of the guys that you have on the team that are in roles that you deem that you need in order to contend in the Western Conference, right? Are you looking to trade somebody that's in your top 7? Teams are reluctant to do that, but
ask
question
that you
now
remain
arises, what
inside
is
the
that
tour
something?
vehicle at
Is
all
it
times.
moves within the margins? Is it guys like Rui Hachimura, Dorian Finney-Smith that he ends up being there? I don't know the answer to that question, but the Lakers have to look long and hard at everything because they've got to sell Luka Doncic that this is the place for him long term.
Attention à la marche
And if
en
you're
montant
going
à
to
bord
do
du
that,
véhicule
then you can't
et
sit
en
on your hands.
descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
The clarity that Rob Pelinka needs is going to start with being able to get the LeBron James situation put to bed. But then after that, you got to look at the rest of your roster and think about what you need to move on from in order to bring back the players that you need to complement Luka and to allow your team to contend.
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
LeBron James as a centerpiece to everything that you do, but as you mentioned, you're trying to convince Luka that he should stay there long term. And I don't know if those minor inside the margins type moves are going to be enough to satisfy both of those. And it's going to be very fascinating to see how the Lakers put together this puzzle and what ripple effects it will have.
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
By way of trade, I would link them personally without any reporting to the Portland Centers and DeAndre Ayton and Robert Williams. But
He's not Robert Williams.
well, a question that has never been asked in the history of sports radio is about to be asked. Are we not talking enough about LeBron James?
Go on.
What? Tell me what he's doing this year.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
Is he going to do 1+1?
Just assuming it's going to be a 1+1 because it's year to year now with problems.
Okay. Is he waiting to play with Bryce?
That's possible.
Who's going to be a freshman in Arizona?
That's possible.
Wow. I don't know the answer. Is Bryce good? I have no idea. He's bigger physically.
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
Contribute longer to Arizona for all we know. We don't know.
We have no idea.
Right. As I said, are we not talking enough about LeBron James? Arguably the second greatest player of all time who has a contract deadline on Sunday, and no one is
Prepare when
exactly sure
embarking and
what happened.
disembarking the
That's
tour.
why I think the clarity around his situation is going to be critical for Rob Pelinka in terms of what he's willing to do, who he's willing to part ways with versus who he's not willing to move on from, right?
So do you think they make more flights
I
Sunday
think the
then?
LeBron James situation gives you more clarity
Отправляясь
about
в тур
how
по
you need to
юрскому
proceed with
периоду,
those areas.
будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
The caliber of player that you're going to go after to give you some help at the center position, right? I mean, you're reluctant to move on from a guy like Austin Reeves if you know that this is going to be the last year for LeBron James. So I think that's the part where Rob Pelinka has got to get some insight from Bron and his camp before he figures out what the plan is for this summer.
Feel
But
like a
it's
park
obvious that the
ranger
Lakers have
and
got to
take
do
the
something.
tour on
And
one
again,
of
I
our
don't know what that
all-wheel
something
drive
is,
trucks.
but you're looking at guys like Rui Hachimura, Dorian Finney-Smith, Dalton Connect as potential assets that you can use in addition to that future first-round draft pick in order to bring back the caliber of player that you think
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
centers that the Lakers are going to have to face off against.
Percent chance LeBron's not on the Lakers next year.
Zero.
Same zero.
What do you put it at 1?
No. No. No.
0% chance. Zero.
His business and his center are there.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Center will join us next. We're on Sportsmanlike, presented by Progressive Insurance.
Formula One coverage on ESPN is presented by Chase Sapphire.
Cuidado ao embarcar e desembarcar no passeio jurássico.
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
10 rounds down as we return from our Canadian interlude back to Europe. Welcome
在
to
诸如
round
汽车
11
旅
of
中
the
上下
2025
车时，请
Formula
您
One
注意
World
安全。
Championship. Nestled in the beautiful Styrian Mountains lies the Red Bull Ring, the shortest track on the calendar in terms of time, the fewest corners of any circuit on the calendar too. It's a demanding track with over 60 meters of elevation change experienced across a lap, which is just over 4.3 kilometers with 3 DRS zones. Overtaking very much possible here. Expect to see moves around.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
In terms of tyres, Pirelli bringing the same compounds as last year, the C5 soft, C4 medium and C3 hard. And the intermediate and wet tyres waiting in the wings as we do expect a little bit of rain today. We shall see if that falls or not, but the grandstands absolutely getting filled up as we head.
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
It's Anthony Davidson and Bernie Collins, and well, the weather could throw up a few things. We've got a couple of rookie drivers in for FP1 as well, but it's a track that most know quite well.
They do know quite well, but like I said in the Skypad hit, that it's a very tricky circuit. The good thing is though, because it's such a short lap, you get to do it many times over in the session that we have here.
And Bernie, I suppose another change. We're so used to this being a sprint weekend. We're back to the traditional
Please
format.
take care when embarking and
I
disembarking
think that'll
the
make it
tour.
easier, particularly for the pit walls here. They have more time to get on top of. The traffic's really, really busy here. That's going to be a big question in P1, particularly for those rookies that haven't had that much practice at managing that around this track. So a traditional weekend makes that a lot easier.
Yeah, what are you saying on the pit
Tengan cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
We've got Alex Dunn, of course, in the McLaren. He's replacing Lando Norris. It's a lot for them to take on board. We've seen Dino Beganovic already this year in Bahrain, but both managing Formula 2 this weekend as
Feel
well.
like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive cars.
First practice session there, so they've got their eye in on the circuit, I think. What?
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
Tucking. Alright, we'll do it big. When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Pumpkin Pet Insurance can pay you for eligible critical care in just 15 minutes, even before you pay the vet.
So doing great. Clarky's a really brave boy.
Ask your vet about Pumpkin Pet Insurance or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman only in theaters July 11th.
I'm a fighter that doesn't quit. That's the mentality I go in the ring with.
You know, I've been chasing titles my whole career.
Retiring on top is the ultimate end goal, right?
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
And I think most people find out real quick that this level is
The PFL World Tournament rolling on tonight in Chicago. Middleweight, light heavyweight, heavyweight semifinals. Early card 8:30. Then the main
Off-road
card 10:30
adventures
Eastern.
can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before
The
embarkation.
NHL draft returns to Los Angeles for the first time since 2010, and according to Central Scouting, Erie Otters defenseman Matthew Schaefer is the #1 overall North American skater prospect. If the Islanders take him for the first overall pick, he would be the 5th defenseman to go first overall since 2000.
What to watch for is brought to you by Sherwin
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
Ahead on SportsCenter, with the NBA draft in the books, Whitney explains why all eyes should be on LeBron and a significant deadline coming up in a couple days. Plus, the show.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
Does it again. And it's not the top plays, it's the not top plays. The best of the worst from the week that was. It's next on SportsCenter.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
Both teams looking to string together 3 straight wins. Don't look now, but the Aces looking incredibly vulnerable this season, playing .500 basketball right now. Mystics up 10. The rookie Sonia Citron
21 points for her second career 20-point game. And then from one rookie to another, Kiki Ariefin going back up, makes the free throw too. Mystics up by 15.
Please
Shakira
take
Austin
care
with
when
the rebound,
embarking
finding
and
Suge
disembarking
Sutton
the tour.
for the triple. You're going to do the Shakira Austin thing?
That's Austin's music. I get buckets wherever and whenever.
7 at 17, 79-61. We move now to the fourth quarter. Asia Wilson at 22.
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
But it wasn't going to be enough. Another triple for the Mystics. They're playing 500 basketball. That's good for them. 500 basketball for the Aces, not good at all. Vegas drops this game 94-83. So with the loss, Las Vegas now 7-8 this season.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Through their first 15 games of the season since 2018, which was Asia Wilson's rookie season, and their last season missing the playoffs.
All right, to the NBA now. It makes sense. He didn't just get drafty in here. I get it. Perhaps a little windy.
Cuidado, embarcar y desembarcar no passeio
The draft
jurásico.
is done, Brian. And why is, though, a top 5 pick not named Cooper Flag still making headlines after day 2?
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on this situation with Ace Bailey, who was one of the most confounding situations in the draft. The Utah Jazz drafted him with the number 5 pick after he declined to work out for them.
We ask
and the
that
Jazz
you
were very
remain
excited to
inside the tour
welcome him
vehicle
to
at
Utah
all
over the
times.
weekend, and that hasn't happened yet. So he did not go there. Their other first-round pick, Walter Clayton Jr., flew to Utah on Thursday and is getting ready to go. Ace Bailey did not. There's been minimal contact with him and the team. Arjon Gavoni and Tim Bontemps reported that Ace Bailey's agent had threatened
在
at
诸如
least
器
one
械
team
里
in the
中
top 5.
上
If
下
they
车
drafted him,
时
he would
请
not
您注意
report.
安全。
So the question is here, is Ace Bailey going to report? And what would happen if he didn't? So there's not a crisis yet. What the Jazz are saying is he's not expected in Utah until the weekend, and that really what he needs to do is be there by Monday when their training camp starts for Summer League. And if he's there, no problem. Hope the Jazz career gets off to a good start. If he's not, let's see what
Off-road
what happens
adventures
and go
can
from
be
there.
uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
Moving now to NBA free agency this weekend. Got a couple of questions surrounding the future of some Jameses. Why don't we start with LeBron? What's the possible play here?
Yeah, so LeBron has a contract option deadline over the weekend. He's got $53 million for next year. Very different than what he appeared to do last year.
Bitte
Last
passen Sie
year,
beim Betreten und
Randy, he
Verlassen
opted
der
out of his
Fahrzeuge der
contract in this
Jurassic
same
Tour auf.
situation and offered the Lakers that he would take a pay cut if they could go out and find some free agents to spend some money on, that he would reduce his salary. The Lakers did not. He signed a contract with this option in it, and now the signs look like he's going to opt in. James Harden has a different situation. He also has a deadline over the weekend, but it's for just 36
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
All-NBA team for the first time in 5 years, the All-Star team for the first time in 3. He probably is due a raise, and I'm sure he will work out something to stick with the Clippers, but he does have that option decision left to execute over the weekend.
Free agency effectively begins on Monday. A lot is going to go down before that. That's probably when it was the latest.
Tengan cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
WNBA, we got Sparks and we got the Fever. And listen, if Caitlin Clark had played in this game, perhaps it would have gone differently for Indiana. If Caitlin Clark had played in this game, might have led the show. We're not sure. But Kelsey Plum and Los Angeles taking advantage of a Clarkless Fever squad. She's out with a groin injury, but hey, still got to guard Kelsey Mitchell. It was an absolute bucket. Stopped on a dime there. Step back 3. Yes, she was 4 of 9 from distance, had 20 points to lead the Fever. She's taking a look at the space that she created with that cross. Sparks lost 4 straight coming in. Few lapses on the defensive end, but here's Kelsey Plum. She goes 1 on Indiana. Windiana. She just took on the whole state.
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite
And last
jurassique.
5 minutes of the fourth quarter overtime, the score was within 5. That means the Sparks have a chance at their first clutch time win of the season. 21 points for Plum. 55 seconds to go. Sparks up 2. Plum to Rakia Jackson. No. De'Erica Hamby. Yes. Sparks outscored the Fever by 18 in the fourth quarter. 35-17. Azure Stevens came correct with a rebound and a putback, and the Sparks
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Over the Fever.
Randy, you mentioned the Sparks. How about a match? Not just a tennis match, an actual match being lit from the serve of Yannick Sinner. So accurate with the fastball. Are you serious? No way. It grazes the top
Fare
of the bat.
attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
That's all cap on that practice? That's fair.
That's what's literally heating up the world of sports. Time for weather on the sixes-ish is with Randy Scott. Randy, what you got?
Gary Streisky, we've had a heat advisory out there all week. It continues through much of the nation today. Much of the nation today. You let me tell you how hot it's been this week. Not breaking news to say
vehicle at all
how warm it's
times.
been. How hot it is in Phoenix this time of year. Phoenix, the capital of Arizona, the Grand Canyon state. We know, we've been there. How about Kevin Durant moving from Phoenix in an easterly fashion? Kevin Durant
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
Did you say Houston?
Say it one more time.
Houston, right?
Say that one more time.
Yeah,
Houston.
Houston. You want
Houston.
You bring it down closer to the Gulf of America.
Closer to the Gulf of America. Well, first though, the Mercury continuing to do big things. They are still
Off-road
rising.
adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
Surrounding that decision, both Phoenix and obviously Houston. What about Dallas? That's where Cooper Flag. If you're a Dallas resident, you're going to notice an influx of Duke, of pop collars, and Duke fans, and perhaps sideswept haircuts. So we're going to put Cooper Flag. I don't know, Derek.
Well, there was already plenty of that. Trust me.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
Clayton Kershaw and Matt Stafford.
High school team.
Did you know that?
High school teammate.
Dallas.
High school team.
Go figure.
Let's go to OKC. They had a parade. Tens of people were there. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, folks. NBA champion, MVP. Tremendous week for him. Hot in terms of stock and buzz. Northeast, stormy situation for these two squads. I'm going to step out of the frame so you can see it.
Welcome
Yankees
to the
and Mets.
most
Then I'm gonna step
exciting
back
way
into
to
the frame for a second.
experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
Both teams fresh, coming off of wins. So that's an update on how hot things have been. Yeah. I think I was talking about temperatures, Gary. Is that what you thought?
No.
Okay.
No.
We're on the same. Yeah. Hey, speaking of hot, let's just throw that up there.
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
A little hot on the sun. Use a little SPF. Top plays. You saw this earlier in the program. Faith Kipyegon taking on the Nike Breaking 4-mile challenge. Listen, she's gonna get there. Got close. 4 minutes. 4 minutes, 6
Please
seconds.
take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
Look at Nathan Lucas leap and grab at the wall. Didn't know where the wall was, but he found the ball and the wall. One move. Toronto wins 6-0.
New England Collegiate Baseball League, the Sanford Mainers, Bristol Blues. Blue center fielder Jamie Palmy.
Cuidado al embarcar y desembarcar no paseo jurásico.
Get the 4-1 win. Palmies?
Number 7, Eastbourne Open. Taylor Fritz, Marcos Giron. Giron with a lob. Fritz, tweener. Giron, drop shot. Fritz, cross court. What about Fritz, man? Look at him just get up there.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Norfolk, hard line drive hit. Gwinnett's Jonathan. Look at that. Ornelas just stabbing at it. Gwinnett, 6-0 winners.
Number 5, minor league ball. Erie and
在诸如
Somerset.
计数里中，上下车时请您注意安全。
We going into the crowd? We are. Nobody there to catch him. Erie loses 4-3.
Eastburn Open. Davidovich.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Look at that. three. Oh, Rocket Classic. Hideki Matsuyama chipping it home on 12. And then on 13,
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
is he going to pull the string? Sure is. Come on. Bottoms. Bottom of that cup. He's still tied, though, for 26th. Cricket. Australia, West Indies. This is Shea Hope, West Indies batter. Just getting a little piece of that, but
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
Australia leads by 82 runs at the end of day 2, which is, of course, squeaker. 82. It's 82. Yeah. Indies, right? Indies top play is Mallorca Open. Look at these two tremendous athletes. That's right. Holy buckets. Majelkovic is going to go
Tengan
ahead and take us
cuidado al
out.
subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
SportsCenter's Top 10 is brought to you by Prime Day, July 8th through 11th.
And who were those two guys? Coming up is the very best of the very worst, is the best of the best, best of the worst. Not top plays of the week is next on SportsCenter.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
The only ticket company in the game that rewards you for buying. From concerts to sports and everything in between. Vivid Seats.
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
Losing steam, losing sweat. The solution? A drink that hydrates better than water. Change the game forever.
Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
When you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the
Please
Kelly
take
Blue Book
care
My
when
Wallet, browse
embarking and
personalized monthly payments
disembarking
from
the
dealers in your
tour.
area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
You don't have to be a VIP to get more than just savings with Geico. Every customer gets 24/7 fast-friendly claim support.
Could I get a picture?
Yeah, it's not like you run into animal celebrities every day.
Stop. It's just a ball. Stop.
Get more than just savings.
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
After taking a medication like Humira or Remicade, put them in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When symptoms try to take control, I got rapid relief with Rinvoq. Check.
When flares try to slow me down, I got lasting remission with Rinvoq. Check. And many were in remission, even at nearly 2 years.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive
Rapid
trucks.
symptom relief. Lasting remission.
And visibly reduced damage. Check.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers,
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Put UC and Crohn's in check and
We
keep them
ask
there.
that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Waking up with headaches? Sealy Posturepedics exclusive precision fit coils. Respond with targeted support right where you need it most. Shop Sealy savings during the July 4th sale.
When Superman is off saving the day, DQ is here with a $7 meal deal. Now with a $2 small Blizzard treat upgrade. Get any small Blizzard treat like our newest menu hero for just $2 more. This summer, save on all your faves at DQ.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence and parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on how they're using it. Still on budget. Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and earn a place in history. Gatorade. Is it in you?
Quiet, please. Wimbledon premieres Monday on ESPN.
shoot baskets with paper balls. For the same reason we play scratchers in the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. All right, Patrick, here we go. Okay. Tuck it. All right, we'll do it big.
When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the new urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible critical care in just 15 minutes, even before you pay the vet.
Surgery went great. Clarky's a really brave boy.
Ask your vet about Pumpkin Pet Insurance or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Guess where we're going? Sports Center is hit the road and coming to you. Beyond that blue horizon is a limitless world of sport. This isn't just a tour, it's a homecoming. We're rolling deep with the entire SC squad. 50 states, 50 days. Sports Center on tour.
We are coming to you. It starts today. Arizona, Florida. Look out, the fellas are coming. You got a couple solo states, going Wyoming. Yep. I'm going back to where it all started, and then Colorado, where I grew up. So this is going to be good. Cool. And you just came back from where?
Alaska. I was out in the last frontier, so we got all 50 nifty covered.
Pockets a little heavier, too.
How so? Oh, yeah, came back a little gold. Not a big deal.
Literal gold.
Literally not big.
In his pocket.
But still
In his
boat.
But still worth some U.S. currency. 50-50. Let's get it. And none of us are getting sent to Ireland because, of course, that's not part of the nifty 50. But U.S. Women's National Team, you're on to something. A little inside info. Taking on Ireland in a friendly, anything but. We're in stoppage time of the first half. Alyssa Thompson to Sam Coffey. Back of the net. The U.S. up 2-0. We have never lost to Ireland. The women's national team, the U.S. women's national team has never lost to Ireland. 16-0-0 all time. We're going to Irish up these coffees. Hey, it's never too early. Rose Lavelle, a weapon. 25th career women's national team goal to put the red, white, and blue up 3-0. Beautiful feed. Keeper had no chance. 10 minutes later, we're up 3-0. But you know how we do in the old red, white, and blue. It's never enough. We want more. Thompson, back in the net. The first of two friendlies as the U.S. takes care of business. 4-0. Randy, you're going to be visiting.
That's right. Any Irish recs?
Yeah.
Irish recommendations. Go ahead.
Guinness, of course.
Hit me up.
So that's 4-0. Now it's time for your SC3. The three headlines you need to know from the NBA draft that is now concluded. Duke getting all 5 of their starters taken off and taken into the NBA after Tyrese Proctor landed with the Cavs. That ties the school's 2022 class for the most players drafted from Duke in a single draft, Randy, in the modern era.
Well, following a season in which the SEC earned 14 bids to the NCAA tournament, the most by a single conference in tournament history, the SEC had 13 players selected in this draft. That is tied for the most by the conference in a 2-round draft, which goes back to 1989.
The story of the first round was all of those freshmen taken. Not the case in round 2. After 18 freshmen were taken day 1, 0 selected in the second round, marking the first time 0 freshmen came off the board in the second round since 2015.
Gary, there were several familiar faces among those undrafted players who have agreed to 2-way NBA contracts, including Alabama's Mark Sears with the Bucks and Kansas big man Hunter Dickinson with the Pelicans. Sears was an AP first-team All-America selection last season. Dickinson had 16 double-doubles a season ago. That's the third most in the Big 12.
This was definitely must-see from the draft. West Virginia guard Javon Small taken by the Grizzlies in the second round. His grandfather in attendance. The emotion evident. Small's journey to the pros took him everywhere. East Carolina to Oklahoma State to West Virginia this past year. And Gramps, there to see it all, take it all in. What an awesome moment for the Small family. And what an awesome moment for Clayton Kershaw and this Hollywood duo, the Dodgers, trying to sweep the Colorado Rockies. So we are in the mile high, and Kershaw 8 strikeouts away from 3,000 in his career, and because he's taking on the Rockies, he's going to get a whole lot closer. striking out everybody. Michael Talia, have a seat. Braxton Fulfer, see you later, bye. Kershaw went 6 innings, 1 earned, 5 Ks, which means now he's 3 strikeouts away from 3K. Once he gets there, he'll be the 5th pitcher to get to 3,000 with the singular franchise. Shohei Ohtani going to get to 3,000 career home runs by the time it's all said and done with him. 28th Jack of the year, tied for the 2nd most across the majors, just putting it into that thin Rocky Mountain air. Dodgers up 3-1. That's a waste of good sunflower seeds. Bottom of the 9th, Randy's cousin, Tanner Scott, on the mound to close things out. Thairo Estrada hitting one to left center. Andy Paez makes the catch, and he gets it in immediately. That's because Tyler Freeman was slacking. He ventured a little too far from the beach. From the beach. I can't do it, dude. I can't do it. Jamaica, so they doubled him up in the 9th inning, and that's why the Rockies are 18-63 halfway through the season. Dodgers win 3-1. They sweep the series.
I got the Marlins and Giants. Marlins trying to sweep at Oracle for the first time since 2017. Rocky Devers, though, with the Giants down 5-0. Have some of that off of Jansen Junk. I'm not going to touch it. No, we're good. 700 career RBI. We'll make sure the security badge works on Monday. First player.
It's so stupid.
Let me something. Hey, one of the best grocery chains you'll ever see is Wegmans, and I got Eric Wagman. That into left center. Those soft serve cookies.
Really? Yeah. Thank you for bringing them into the studio.
I'll get them next time. This is Dane Myers, top 5. Just face your strike 3. Ooh, we have kindling. We have firewood. Whoa. The Dane train just shattered that back over his knee. You know how hard that is to do? My goodness, he doesn't skip leg day. Marlins still lead 8-5. It's the 2nd time this season that all 9 starters had a hit. And then Wilmer Flores, well, he plays for the other starting 9, and he did not have a hit. And he's not happy about something he heard. Yeah, I don't know. He heard something from the opposing dugout. And like you said, this thing's just all smoke to no fire. Hold me back. Just a little love. Hold me back. That's all that is. 12-5. Marlins. All right, we got Cubs, we got Cardinals. Speaking of a lot of whooping and not a lot of biting, that's Shota Imanaga, a.k.a. Big Mike, back on the mound for the first time since May 4th. He was dealing with a hamstring strain. He got Wilson Contreras. And then in the 2nd, this just feels right. It's Michael Busch at Busch Stadium. Busch. Michael Busch, 4 once. Shame on me. Only twice. Strategic, you know. Deep cut, 20-year-old Dave. Man, this is what we're doing. Shota Imanaga, the Garrett Hampson. He got the Gare Bear. Hey, you're still up there.
Hey, man, chin up.
That's a different chin up. Yeah, Hampson went down, and then so did this swinger. That is Brendan Donovan. 5 innings, just 1 hit, none runs, 77 pitches for Imanaga. Turning over a 3-0 lead to Daniel Valencia, who went up and in on Willie Contreras. And here's the thing, Contreras is like, that was 100.5 miles per hour. I don't appreciate it. Throw strikes. Valencia's like, oh, it's strikes? Hey, Nolan Gorman, this is for your boy. There's a strike. Slowed it down for you to 88. And then Valencia let Contreras know about it. And Contreras is like, I want a phalanx of humanity between you and I, and then I'm really going to talk and let you know. Cubs win 3-0 consecutive shutouts against the Birds for the first time since 2016.
This is an awesome story. Dietrich Ends last made a start in the majors in 2017. It has been 2,877 days between his first and his 2nd big league start. His journey has taken him to Japan, to Korea, to AAA. Now he is back in the bigs in the 1st inning, getting Nick Kurtz swinging off to a good start. 5th inning now. Gino, 4-seamer, working for Ends. Later in the inning, 2 outs. Max Schumann puts contact on it, but that's where the defender makes a living. Ends went 5 innings, 1 hit, 0 earned, 4 strikeouts. That is awesome. That's awesome. Be persistent. Be persistent. Go get what's yours. Tigers offense, they helped them out. They had themselves a day. Gleyber Torres, Oppo Taco, 8th homer of the year. Tigers up 5-0. We move now to the 8th. Same score. Zach McKinstry. That's going to find a little bit of green. Little 2-ribby triple. Take your time. McKinstry 3 for 4, 2 RBI. The Tigers have 19 wins.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
The most across the majors. That's why they got 51 wins.
so far this season. I got the best of the worst, worst of the best, Gary. Let's hit it. It's a not top 10, number 10. Jays, Guardians, Tanner Bibby throwing to Kyle Manzardo at first. Can't catch it. I don't know. Bad situation works. That catcher still didn't know.
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
They got 5 to choose from. Alec Burleson, swing and a drive. Pico Armstrong makes the catch. Swag. And he just taking his time, except he shouldn't have because there was only 2 outs in the inning. That was the second one. We got a clock on it, so 2.77 seconds wasted. Yeah.
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
Spins her defender away and then just bricks the completely open. It's such a great move. You got to make the bucket. Here's Dantas. Luckily enough with this. Colson tweeting goes, it's called in 6. No. Look it up. She's got to find a new slant.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
What does it hit? It came back, the sky cam. Maybe we put the cam higher in the sky. That's coming out of somebody's paycheck, dude. And let me tell you, as somebody who's looking at some personal video here, that thing's at least $500.
Oh, at least. It's tens of dollars. What kind of personal video gear are we talking
Just
about?
kind of like a 360 cam. Yeah, just want to document some stuff.
Sure. Yes. No, be
Cuidado al embarcar y desembarcar no paseo jurásico.
buried at the back of the net.
I want to document my travels.
U.S. men's national.
Wyoming is next, struggling. We're back from the CONCACAF Gold Cup. Honduras. Oh, no. Salvador. Ball kicked a little bit too far in the stand. Hey, that's a souvenir.
Yeah, but it's also a bruised tailbone.
Yeah, that's fine. Dude's got a fresh fade. I'll tell you that much right now.
That's fair.
He's got his moment.
Number 4, Pirates, Rangers, Sam Haggerty, up the middle. Here's
Please
O'Neal Cruz.
take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
Man, that just got... Cruz didn't even run after it.
Yeah. Hey, but at least that's his only entry into the top. Not top. Oh, wait. Not just kidding. Same game. Struck well. Left center field gap. Who's going to get... There's 2 outfielders out there.
在诸如汽车里中，上下车时请您注意安全。
He falls. O'Neal Cruz they'll eventually get the baseball back.
Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Dodgers, Rockies. Which team's making a not top play?
I think it's raining.
Do you think? He has big drops out there in Denver. Cairo Estrada, no. Michael Falia, no.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
We're back to the Gold Cup. Honduras, Curacao, corner kick. Edric Menivar stepping up to save it. Instead, I'd like to see that guy in a fight.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you should see the other guy.
It'd be a safe fight to be in, I think.
Tough go.
So far, what's been your favorite part of the SportsCenter 1550, which again starts today?
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
Moments of all 50 states. Just in general, the trip for Arizona. In Arizona.
Oh my gosh.
The duration of,
Yeah.
we almost got lost in 110-degree
in the Grand Canyon.
It's not a big deal, but the way things ended.
Yeah.
The
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Get up.
Yeah.
Good morning. It's time to get up with Luka and Giannis. The draft is over, but Wendy is going to tell you why the Lakers and the Bucks are on the clock right now. Plus, we're talking football too. Jalen and Jordan, the Eagles quarterback.
Tengan cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
Legend has a scathing critique of Arch Manning, and our group has plenty to say about it. It is Friday morning. It is Get Up, and I am Dan Graziano in for Green. We have a squad. We have Wendy. We have Bobby. We have Kevin. We have Mike P.
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
With the hoops, the draft is over. There are 3 days left until the start of NBA free agency, and Brian Windhorst is here for a Windy Watch. Wendy, let's start in L.A.
Yeah, so August 2nd is a very important day for the Lakers. Why? Because that's the day Luka Doncic can extend his contract. He only has 1 guaranteed year left on his deal. Ideally, the Lakers want to get him into
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
Because that's what Luka likes to play with, especially one that can be a lob threat and can protect him defensively. The Lakers know this. The league knows this. Let's see if they can get it done. There's also some business over the weekend for superstar LeBron James. He has a option to
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
Last year in this exact spot, LeBron opted out of his contract and offered the Lakers that he would take a pay cut if they could find some free agents to go for him. They didn't do that at that time. This year, that offer is not on the table, and the expectation is that LeBron will pick up this option and stay at $53
Fare
million.
attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
Down a 4-year, $90 million extension, and he is headed for free agency in 2026. Now, that is not something that was unexpected. He is limited by contract rules for how much he can sign for now. It was always expected he would turn this down and try to have another good year and chase a 9-figure contract next year.
Please take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
They went into the postseason with a little bit of momentum, but it didn't cash it in. In order to get from where they ended the season to title contention, Bobby, what do they need to do?
Well, as Brian said, they need to get a center here, and this is what they have. They have $60 million in expiring contracts. They have the $5.7 million tax mid-level.
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
Last year, Luke Cornett, Mason Plumlee, some of these older veterans, Larry Nance, Clint Capella, Al Horford, of course, not the most robust center market out there, as you can see here, but they have that tax mid-level exception. They have a 2031 or 2032 first to go out. Remember, they tried to go out and get Mark Williams at the deadline.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Lakers here, but they're certainly competing against a lot of other teams. And as Brian said, there's a priority with Luka extension eligible August 2nd to put the right pieces around him and LeBron.
August 2nd, a little more than a month away. Tim, Bontemps, what should the Lakers' focus be here over the next month?
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
But this team needs several things. They need more shooting on the perimeter. They need more defense on the perimeter to be able to stop some of the elite perimeter scorers in the Western Conference. And they have to find that rim protector on defense who can also be a lob threat. That's a lot of stuff for a team that, as Bobby said, only has
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
The outside of minimums, and then a couple of draft assets in trade. Now, they do have a lot of expired contracts. They do have some stuff they can move around with, but at the end of the day, we just saw the Oklahoma City Thunder with an incredibly deep roster.
Tenga cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
To get to the finals, that is the bar the Lakers have to clear. They have a lot of work to do if they want to be seen as a team that's truly on the level of the Thunder in the West.
One name to keep an eye on as we enter
Off-road
the weekend. Sunday is
adventures
the
can
last
be
day for
uncomfortable
players
for
with
those
options.
who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
If Finney Smith goes out in the free agent market, there are going to be teams out there with that non-tax mid-level exception available to offer him.
All right, so a big couple of weeks for the Lakers. I want to shift to another big off-season storyline, Wendy, and that's in
Cuidado ao embarcar e desembarcar no passeio jurássico.
So they have 7 free agents, 4 of which you could say would be their sort of core players, guys like Brook Lopez, guys like Gary Trent, potentially Bobby Portis at the outside of his contract over the weekend. And look,
welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
We're a team in the middle of the pack, and that was before they lost Dame Lillard to an Achilles injury. Now, Giannis has not asked for a trade. The Bucks are not interested in trading for him. Right now, there is no stress in that. But if the Bucks don't reassemble a team that is viewed
在诸如汽车里中，上下车时请您注意安全。
That's one thing the league is definitely watching.
So, Tim, what does that next month look like for the Bucks then? If they're trying to convince Giannis that they're serious about winning again?
Please take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
Brian said, just make this team competitive enough in the Eastern Conference to make it seem like they could be a home court advantage team. And even with Jason Tatum's Achilles tear, even with Tyrese Halliburton's Achilles tear, it's hard to see for me how the Bucks are going to be good enough to do that. They have even less draft assets than the Lakers. They have very limited financial flexibility.
Bitte passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Toursektor auf.
$130 million tied up in 3 players. Giannis Antetokounmpo, Dame Lillard, who's probably out for next season, and Kyle Kuzma. That is not a lot of wiggle room to work with if, again, the goal is to really be a threat in the East. And by the way, these guys lost in 5 games in the first round of the Pacers and were pretty far away from being competitive in that series with Giannis playing out of his mind. So there's a ton
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
So this is going to be as hard a challenge as we've seen in the NBA for a while. Turn the Bucks into a championship team with the assets these guys have at their disposal.
The question that follows, Tim, is if they don't, then are we looking at a situation where Giannis will want out?
Well, it's impossible to know exactly what Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to say, but my stance on this the whole offseason has been
Tengan cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
see what they can get, and then let's revisit things in a few weeks and see where all of this stands. Because the Bucks in the past have not had a lot of assets and have found ways to be aggressive and go out and fill in the roster. Gary Trent last summer was a good example. He was a guy that was expected to be, somewhere in the mid-teens.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Being able to play next to Giannis Antetokounmpo and get a lot of attention taken off you to be able to produce as something to offer. They have some things they can offer to players to come there and play, but at the end of the day, they have to find a way to get it done, and let's see where this sits on August 1st.
The one thing that John Horst, their general manager, has been able to do, every time there has been some speculation regarding Giannis through Holiday, they go out and acquire him.
Attention à la marche en montant à bord du véhicule et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
There's not another move for that magnitude of player because of what they don't have. They have a 2031 or 2032 pick to trade, similar to the Lakers. They have the Kuzma contract, but as Tim said, 80% of their salary is tied up in there, and they have all these free agents.
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
2026 first-round pick was used by the New Orleans Pelicans as a big trade piece to acquire Derek Lee, to move up 10 in the draft. And in fact, when they did that, the rest of the league was like, oh my God,
Fare attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del Tour Giurassico.
Draft pick is viewed as so valuable by the league that the league does not believe the Bucks are going to pull this off.
Right.
Now, they could be wrong, but that's what people are watching.
And if they don't pull it off, or you're looking at a situation where one of the storylines later this summer could be, where's Giannis going to go? What would be a team you'd watch?
Well, listen, there's a reason why San Antonio still has a lot of their draft assets and players, and they were not heavily involved in.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
Said thanks, but no thanks.
So, as Wendy opened up this segment by saying, the entire league is paying attention to what's going on in Milwaukee, and so will we over the coming weeks. Let's finish with another team that's surrounded by uncertainty. Windhorst, the Knicks, don't have a coach. What's going on there?
Yeah, so their next candidate up for an interview is James Borrego. He's currently lead assistant with the New Orleans Pelicans.
ジュラシックツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
Comes out of the Greg Popovich tree. Was interviewed and a finalist for the Cleveland Cavaliers job last summer. And look, they interviewed Mike Brown. They interviewed Mike Nouri, assistant with the Timberwolves. They interviewed Taylor Jenkins. They're going through a process, and we're through the draft. This is unusual to still not have a coach as free agency begins,
Please
but I would say
take care when embarking and disembarking the tour.
Yeah, so just kind of going against the grain here are the Knicks. What do you make of the way they're handling it?
Well, they've got 7 of their best players under contract, and free agency starts on Sunday. On Monday, excuse me.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
Players, basically, you have to go bargain shopping. What are you selling them on? Who's the coach going to be? We went through this in 2014 when I was with the Nets. We had traded Jason Kidd, who was the head coach at the time, to Milwaukee, and then we had no head coach going into free agency. A little bit different. We wound up hiring Lionel Hollins, and that did hamper us a little bit as far as how we could approach.
Feel like a park ranger and take the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
There's a big difference as a team that's got $60 million in cap space and is going to meet with marquee free agents, and you don't have a coach compared to what New York has, where you do have
the 7 players, but I do think there is a priority to get a coach in place pretty soon here. Tim, how do you see this playing
Tenga
out?
cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
When you fire Tom Thibodeau after making the conference finals for the first time in a quarter century, there's only one thing that's acceptable, which is making the NBA Finals and competing for a championship next season. If the Knicks hire a coach over the next month, 2 months, 3 months, whenever, and that coach gets them to the NBA Finals, everyone's going to forget about their process.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all
As they did
times.
last year with Tibbs, it's going to be, why did the Knicks fire Tibbs? What are these guys doing? What's going to happen next? So the process has been messy so far, but as Brian said earlier, actions over words. If the action winds up being getting the Knicks where they want to go, this will all be forgotten. The goal now for the Knicks has to be to find a way to get a coach that's going to check those boxes for them, and there isn't an obvious one out there to get. That's why, despite being an attractive
Cuidado,
job,
embarcar y desembarcar no paseo
this job
jurásico.
is still open a month after Tom Thibodeau was let go.
Tons still going on in the NBA as the summer gets underway, and we will continue talking about it this morning on Get Up. But when we come back, we're going to talk some football as well. Jalen and Georgia. We'll tell you how the Eagles
Off-road
quarterback is
adventures
trying to
can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
all over the Arch Manning Heights. You've got to hear this, and you will when you come back. We're watching Get Up.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect. Like
在侏儒汽车里中，上下车时请您注意安全。
to take your little brother out. It's a big deal. Get more than you expect with new McValue.
Mom!
When this
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
Keller USAA. Members who switch saved an average of $840 a year on car insurance.
All my ladies roll your deal like this. When you move your body, feel confident. All my ladies try this deal real quick. Let your body how you see fit. My lady, y'all back. I smell so good, they ask.
As a director, confidence was always my strong suit. But psoriasis stripped
Bitte
it away.
passen Sie beim Betreten und Verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
I can't wait to say I'm back.
Only Bimzelx targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation. Bimzelx can deliver transformative relief.
Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose. I'm back to running the show again.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections, and low ability to fight
Please
liver
take
problems,
care
and
when
inflammatory bowel
embarking and
disease. Tell
disembarking
your
the
doctor
tour.
if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Give yourself a chance to say I'm back.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx.
Making beach towels. Now that's serious business. The guys at San
Tengan cuidado al subir y bajar del vehículo del recorrido jurásico.
Their business earns unlimited 2% cash back on everything they buy. Like this fabulous fabric. They get big purchasing power so their business can spend more and earn more.
Our 2% cash back helps us build our retail store.
You need a place to sell all these great looking towels. What's in your wallet?
What you want to do is save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but
Feel
can you
like
ask
a
your friend
park
to stop
ranger
digging
and
into the
take
green?
the tour on one of our all-wheel drive trucks.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. The history of winning started with the 65 gauges, losing steam, losing sweat. The solution? A drink that hydrates better than water. Change the
Attention à la marche en montant à bord des véhicules et en descendant lors de la visite jurassique.
That's why when you find stability, you gotta grab it and hold on to it. Like how Verizon just let you lock in a low price for 3 years. Even if you're already a customer. Is that even real? That's not just for me. And they give you a free phone.
We ask that you remain inside the tour vehicle at all times.
Come on, what's better than that? Probably nothing. Yeah, nothing.
The Bush Guide. Cold and
Fare
smart survival
attenzione al momento della discesa dal veicolo del tour giurassico.
from Verizon. Looks like happy hour. Head for the mountains.
Two summer sensations are flying into DQ. One is sure to save the summer, and the other, yeah, he's Superman. Hurry in for the new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard Treat. Right now at DQ.
Off-road adventures can be uncomfortable for those who are pregnant or suffer with motion sickness. Please take appropriate measures before embarkation.
Water in your body. Miralax. Free your gut to free your mood. For more fiber per serving than any other gummy, try Mira Fiber.
Jurassicツアーへの乗り降りの際は足元にお気をつけください。
Quiet, please. Wimbledon premieres Monday on ESPN.
Get Up is brought to you by UFC 317, Saturday. Buy now at ESPN Plus.
Welcome to the most exciting way to experience our dinosaurs in their environment.
The season of Kelsey is just around the corner, and Jason was feeling patriotic at an Eagle Autism Foundation event. He had his American flag shorts on, guys. He decided, I don't know, it's too hot or something. Took them off.
I can't believe he raided Kevin's closet. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Отправляясь в тур по юрскому периоду, будьте осторожны на входе и выходе.
A good cause, and that's certainly by far the best thing that we can say about that. Time now for some required reading. Right now there's an article up on ESPN.com that asks what's at stake for the quarterback in the
Please take
NFC
care when
East.
embarking and disembarking the tour.
Insight says Jalen Hurts wants to be like Mike, a spokesman for the Jordan brand. Hurts spent time with Michael Jordan this offseason, suggested he sought Jordan's advice on what it takes to repeat as champions. Here's what Jalen had to say on that
Tenga
topic.
cuidado al entrar y salir del recorrido jurásico.
It'd be unwise of me not to seek knowledge from him and lean on someone like that. And so that's something that I value a lot. One of the biggest things is just taking it a day at a time. We have these goals and we have these big dreams of what you want to accomplish, but ultimately it's a journey.
All right, EJ, obviously Jalen Hurts is a guy we often hear saying all the right things. What is at stake for him? I mean, he cashes in with the Super Bowl championship last year. So looking forward, starting with this year, what is at stake for Jalen Hurts?
Well, Carl, the biggest thing that's at stake now is consistent greatness. And I love this from Jalen Hurts. And if I'm a Philadelphia Eagles fans, I love it even more because when most guys win a Super Bowl or most guys win Super Bowl MVP, they go into the offseason and they relax and they go to the beach and they go on amazing trips, which maybe he did. But you see him actually trying to get more excellence. And when you spend time with somebody like Michael Jordan, who is, I think, one of the best of all time in any sport, especially in our generation, I mean, you can see that he's seeking more and more greatness to keep this thing going. So now when you think about the great quarterbacks, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Patrick Mahomes, who's still currently playing, Drew Brees, all those guys were linked to winning Super Bowls. And Jalen's already done that now, just going into his sixth season. So I think the sky's the limit for this young man, and he gets it. Again, he's always going to say the right things, but also he's doing the right things when nobody's watching, and that's why he's having the excellence that he's having so young in his career.
Yeah, Crowd, you know what's interesting to me? We talked in the draft process. Nate sets the floor, and the character sets the ceiling. He came out, he threw 52% completion as a rookie. That's up to 68%. How can you not love this guy and keep rooting for him? He's obviously working at his skill set. There was a reason he was the 53rd player picked. He didn't even start full-time in college, and now he's one of the better quarterbacks in the NFL. It's a great lesson for a lot of young players. Like, work at your skill, you can get better. And again, it's hard not to root for him.
Yeah, since he's been in the league, he's consistently been thirsty for what do I need to work on, and then actually putting that into practice. So when you look at his career as a whole, as it begins to take shape, what can he ultimately become?
Can't. One word. Woo. That's what can happen if he continues on this trajectory. I don't think he's ever going to have the echelon of NFL quarterbacks with Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson. Great winners of his era. Watch the Super Bowl when everybody was saying Kansas City's blitzes were going to dictate the entire game. Well, they did, because when Kansas City sent guys, Jalen Hurts went deep and completed 4 chunk plays against a ferocious Kansas City defense because he knows when it's winning time. That's what's special about him. He's not the best player on the Eagles, but he's what the Eagles need
to win. The push is obviously automatic. He's a huge part of that. I'm just so blown away. Mike, you mentioned he did not start full-time at Alabama. He lost the competition, had to go to Oklahoma. To get to where he is now is special. It's a Hall of Fame journey. If he wins at this clip, obviously he's getting a gold jacket.
You know what's interesting? At first, I was like, Hall of Fame, I'm not sure. But, he turns 27 in August. So he's right now in the prime of his career surrounded by a great group of skilled players. It's not out of the question. I mean, a couple of years ago, we'd be like, are you crazy? But, look, he's a Super Bowl winner in the prime of his career.
If he wins 2 and is at this level of contribution, I think it would happen.
Certainly in a great spot. EJ?
Well, I wanted to add, Mike, you mentioned in the prime of his career, most quarterbacks, especially if they're starters for a long time, they hit their prime around 29, 30, 31. So really, Hurts isn't even at that point yet. Again, he's going into his 6th season, guys, and he'd already been to 2 Super Bowls. So I understand he hasn't won MVP. He did win MVP of the Super Bowl. But I think, again, he's going to continue to sky and get better and get better. Now, the other part that we need to mention, he's had a different play caller quite often throughout his career. And one that tells me, obviously, he can learn offenses fast and he can adjust and he can move forward. But they got a new OC this year. Kellen Moore is now the head coach for the New Orleans Saints. So that's going to be another area where as long as they can keep the verbiage the same, not just for Jalen, but also the 10 guys around him, he's still going to have success. But I'm excited for him.
Exciting to think about what's possible for Jalen Hurts and the Eagles. But sticking in the NFC East, that same article that we were referring to earlier, our Giants reporter, Jordan Runnon, made his pick for NFC East champ. Says since everyone is down on the Cowboys this season, it only makes sense they surprise and win the division. Still some high-end talent on that roster, and Dallas is good for at least 12 wins each of the previous 3 years as Prescott played double-digit games. To count the Cowboys out with Prescott potentially having the best weapons of his career seems silly. They will surprise. So Jordan, helping out the show.
Yeah. Thank you, Jordan.
What do you think, Kevin? Do you agree with him?
What I think is that Jordan knows content. That's what I think, okay? The Dallas Cowboys are the 3rd best team in the NFC East, and even though they're closer to Washington than they are New York, who I think is going to be the 4th best team in that division, I don't think there's much of a pathway unless something catastrophic happens with the first 2 teams that goes to that division. There is a massive talent. You saw that the last few years. I just think that when you throw 1 through 53, the Eagles are the best roster in football. I don't see the edges where Dallas is going to be able to close that gap. I don't see a coaching edge. I don't see a GM edge. I don't see a defensive edge. It's just not going to happen this year for the Cowboys. I think Brian Schottenheimer is going to surprise some people, but not to anything better than 3rd place next year.
Yeah, I love the fact that Kevin Clark is saying that somebody knows content. I mean, it'd be like someone comparing Cam Ward to Patrick Mahomes. I'm just saying.
We got to get through the offseason somehow, man. Me and Jordan are carrying us. We got back pain from having to come up with all these takes.
But what about the Cowboys this year?
In all seriousness, Dan, you made a good point a couple weeks ago. When you evaluate teams' improvement year to year, you have to look at who's come back from IR. So when you think about Dallas with Dak Prescott, a really good corner in Trayvon Diggs, to be an underrated linebacker, DeMarion Overshown, they're going to be an improved team. I'm a huge fan of Brian Schottenheimer. Yeah. He obviously got the job, guys, because Dak Prescott felt good about him. So if they're healthy, they're greatly improved. But much like the way Kevin Clark thinks that Cam Ward's going to be Patrick Mahomes, Jordan Runnon, there's no way they're better than 3rd. No. They're improved, but those other 2 teams are massively better.
EJ, Mike's correct. That was a very good point I made a few weeks ago about Dak Prescott. Do you think that people are underestimating the impact that his return will have on this year's Cowboys?
Yeah, they are, guys. I mean, look, when you think about QB1 coming back for this football team and Dak Prescott, they're going to play different. And I understand you have backups, Cooper Rush and all that kind of stuff. But Dak is their guy. He's been their guy for now going on 10 seasons. So when you think back to the 23 year, he had an amazing year, threw for well over 3,500 yards, a bunch of touchdowns. And sure, they still came up short in the playoff race. But as long as he's healthy, guys, that's the biggest thing. When Dak is healthy, when he plays 10-plus games, the Cowboys win 10-plus games. They're a contender when they get to the playoffs. So I understand there's slander toward the Cowboys all the time. They're America's team because people love to hate them. But I'll tell you what, if Dak can just stay healthy, and then you add a George Pickens, who can be a 1A type of receiver with CeeDee Lamb, who can also get to 1,000 yards receiving, I'm expecting big things from Dallas, and it starts with QB1 and Dak Prescott.
Something weird always happens in the NFC East. 21 years since they've had a repeat champion. When we come back on Get Up, we're going to stay in Texas, but we're going to move to college football, where a legend has a scathing critique of Arch Manning, and our group has plenty to say about it. Stick around. You're watching Get Up.
Doug.
Okay, here's what you want to do. Save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
Are you a caddy?
No, I'm a Doug, and that's a Limu.
Okay, I'm gonna putt now.
Okay, I'm gonna watch you putt. Oh!
Nice birdie.
Yes, he is a very nice bird.
Oh no, Limu! The cards!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
As long as probably forever there's only been one Frosty. Because what would we even do? Add a bunch of new swirls and mix-ins like Oreo cookies or Pop-Tarts pieces? That's kind of genius, actually. For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's.
When it's time to start your business, it's time for Shopify. Designed with easy-to-customize themes, sell everywhere people shop, and never miss a sale with the world's best converting checkout. See why millions of businesses sell with Shopify. Start your free trial today.
Like a relentless weed, moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms can keep coming back. Break away to what's possible with Tremfya. With rapid remission at 12 weeks, and less bowel movements and abdominal pain at 4 weeks. Most patients achieve remission at 1 year, and some patients saw visible healing of the intestinal lining. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and TB. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
Remember Shutter Shades and the Mustache Craze? How about the Mannequin Challenge, the Running Man Challenge, the Harlem Shake, and the Sepia Filter? So artsy. Oh, and this. Whatever this was, whatever any of this was. You graduated from all that stuff. So why do you still have the same bank? It's time to graduate financially to Ally Bank, where your money grows 2 times faster, as you used to say. #goals. So open an account with the bank that's your ally.
2 of the very best, hoping to lead as the undisputed champion.
This is MMA at the highest level.
A true super fight. El Matador still undefeated.
So devastating. This is International Fight Week. I am so fired up for this fight.
Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller. I wish I had a girl with a good.
Why do we shoot baskets with paper balls? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery, because a little play will make your day.
Do it all with Steel Battery. Don't miss Steel deals. Now is the best time to save big on over 40 hardworking Steel tools. Hurry into your local Steel dealer or shop online.
We're back on Get Up, and it's time for some eye candy. First round of the Rocket Mortgage Classic. Hey, Wendy, look at Hideki Matsuyama holding out for eagle on the par 4 13th hole. Good shot there. Good enough for number 3 on our top plays. He also chipped in on the previous hole, so Matsuyama didn't even need to bring his putter to round 1.
That's how I play.
That's it? That's your
Usually
game?
the people just pick up and throw it back to me and say, "Just you're done."
Hideki Matsuyama models his game after Brian Windhorst. That's what they always say. Time to run the floor around the NBA. We have Wendy here, of course, with all the latest. Wendy, let's start in Denver.
Yeah, Nikola Jokic has a contract decision coming up here. Owner Josh Kroenke he did say that he is going to offer Jokic a 3-year, $212 million contract extension in the next few days, but he's not sure if he's going to sign it. Now, isn't so much a commentary on the way the Nuggets are operating, which itself is a little bit questionable, the way they've handled their roster the last couple of years. Jokic can wait until next summer and sign a more lucrative extension. However, when your three-time MVP passes on an extension, it's a little bit unnerving. So we'll see how this plays out with Jokic. And then we have big positive news potentially coming here for the Suns. Devin Booker is in position to sign a 2-year, $150 million extension, which would smash all existing records, at least for the moment, on a per-year annual salary, $75 million a year. He is expected to get that offer and to sign it. The Suns have some work to do on this roster, but Booker has been highly engaged with them this offseason on their coaching search and their Kevin Durant trade.
All right, run the floor now. We pass the ball to Tim Bontemps. Tim, what do you got on Ace Bailey?
Well, this could be a very interesting developing story in the NBA. Me and Jonathan Gavoni reported yesterday that Ace Bailey told one of the teams in the top 5 in the draft that he was not willing to play for them and would not report to them if they drafted him. Now, we will see whether that team was the Utah Jazz in the coming days ahead. The Jazz open their summer league in Salt Lake City next Saturday. They would love to have Ace Bailey out there on the court playing in front of the home fans in Salt Lake City as they open their summer league journey with Walter Clayton Jr., their other first-round pick. But it remains to be seen whether Ace Bailey is going to report to Utah, whether he's going to be around the Jazz. And while right now this is kind of a fun little interesting developing subplot in the NBA, if he's not around the team by Monday when they start getting ready for training camp and they start having a press conference to announce these guys, things will get a lot more spicy with this situation.
Fascinating situation up at the top of the draft. Bobby, if you were running the Utah Jazz and your first-round pick didn't show up first day of summer camp or this Monday, how do you handle that?
Well, I think a couple things here. First, they're going to tender him an offer, and that basically he will be their property as far as moving forward. He won't be able to re-enter the draft or sign with another team. Dan, the contract is for 4 years, $40 million. That's a lot of money, $9 million. The second thing is, if I'm Danny Ainge and Austin Ainge, I'm bringing Ace Bailey in, no representation, and I'm going to bring him in a room, and we're going to talk, and I want to know if you want to be here or not, and go from there. Because you look at the video here, this looks like a player that wants to be in Utah, right? So we'll see how this plays out over the next few days. It's a unique situation. We rarely see this right now, but the Jazz do certainly have, with the contract here, I don't want to say leverage. You never say leverage because when a player doesn't show up, it's kind of a little bit of egg on your face. It's certainly there, but they do have his rights as far as moving forward.
If he doesn't want to be there and he doesn't show up and this starts to get ugly, do you see the Jazz ultimately giving in?
I do not. I do not think any team in this situation would give in. They have the ultimate position, and I do not see Danny Ainge giving in. And here's the bottom line. The Utah Jazz play in Salt Lake City, and I say this as somebody who lives in the middle of the country. They cannot worry about whether a player wants to be in Salt Lake City or whether he loves to fit on their roster. They have to draft and develop the most talented players they can. That is why they took him, despite him not working out, and they will absolutely not budge on this. And eventually Ace Bailey is going to be a Utah Jazz. We'll just see how long it takes for him and his representation to figure that out.
Tim, tie this up for us. How do you see this all ending? Where is this headed?
I think it's heading with Ace Bailey playing for the Jazz, Graz. And here's the thing. The irony of this situation is that the best thing that could have happened to Ace Bailey, ironically, is him landing with the Utah Jazz. They've got a fantastic coach in Will Hardy, a guy who can develop his game. It's going to a team that has a gaping hole on the wing for exactly his kind of skill set as a big scorer who can make difficult shots, as a guy who believes he could be a number one option on a team scoring-wise. The Jazz are going to give him the ball as much as he'll want next year to be the focal point of their offense. He could be a contender for Rookie of the Year with guys like Dylan Harper and Cooper Flagg. Like, this is a great situation for Ace Bailey. It's like Bobby said. I think they just have to get him to Salt Lake City, and if they do, this is all going to work out just fine.
Yeah, who knows? We might all be concerned about nothing. We'll obviously start to find out more about this next week when Summer League gets underway in Utah. Moving over to college football now, and a sound-off. Steve Spurrier had some thoughts on the hype behind Texas and Arch Manning heading into the season. Here's what he had to say. Wendy?
Most people are picking Texas to win the SEC football.
Most
correct?
people are. I think that is going to be the consensus preseason pick.
They've got Arch Manning already winning the Heisman, too. And my question is, if he was this good, how come They let Quinn Ewers play all the time last year.
Even though he was hurt a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's still.
And he was a 7th-round pick.
Yeah.
You'll all be happy to know that Wendy figured out where he was going, and he got there safely. EJ Manuel, Mike Tannenbaum, and Kevin Clark here for this segment. EJ, what was your reaction to what Steve Spurrier had to say there?
Well, guys, you saw me kind of wipe my brow, shaking my head. I mean, for one, why, Coach Spurrier, what are we talking about here, man? Look, I don't think it correlates to say a player that gets drafted ahead of a new incumbent starter is indicative of that new starter not being that good. I mean, when you look at the quarterback situation at Texas coming into the 2024 season, Quinn Ewers didn't lose his job. He didn't play bad enough to say, hey, Arch, you're going to now be our guy. Considering in 2023, they leave winning the Big 12, they make it to the CFP. That was all through the arm and the play of Quinn Ewers. So, again, I understand Quinn Ewers went much later in the draft than I thought he went or should have, but I don't think that's indicative of saying Arch Manning is not as good of a player. And let's keep this in mind, too. Coaches have plans for quarterbacks. When you come in from high school, you know, Arch Manning probably came in with the level of, like, I'm going to be patient, I'm going to redshirt, I'm going to learn as much football as I can. And that's a luxury that, you know, Texas has because you already have a quarterback that can get you to that ultimate level, which is CFP bursts and things like that. So I was kind of shocked to hear Coach Spurrier say this, man. I mean, especially somebody who has coached the quarterback position. He's played quarterback, and he knows how important patience and opportunity is as well. So I think Arch Manning is going to shut up all the haters. He's going to have a huge opportunity against Ohio State, but then this is one where I could tell Coach Spurrier was just trying to pump up the Florida Gators. He had a bunch of Gator helmets behind him, guys. So this must have been like an SEC kind of podcast he was talking about. Was shocked to hear him say that.
I grew up in Florida. I've heard a lot of Steve Spurrier sound bites. He is a generational hater. I'm glad he's in media. We need content, okay? But he's wrong on this one. Last time I saw him pop up on a media tour, it was last year. He was calling the Alabama coach the wrong name and giving analysis of a game between Alabama and Texas that wasn't happening that year. So that's what you need to know. Sometimes Steve Spurrier's not 100% tapped in. That is the case here, okay? Wait till Steve Spurrier finds out what Tom Brady's college career was like, or Cam Ward's, or Jalen Hurts. It is not a linear thing. College coaches are conservative. There's no way after Texas makes the playoffs and is on track for another playoff berth that they're going to bench Quinn Ewers for Arch Manning. By the way, Arch Manning did play a handful of games last year, and he got a small sample size there in order to prove himself and prove that he's going to have success. He's going to be great in the NFL. Texas is going to be really good this year, but this is not a valid criticism. Sorry to the old ball coach.
Yeah, ironically, guys, this was a Steve Sarkisian infomercial, and Steve Spurrier just gave massive credit to the rival, and here's why. In this day and age of college football, you are not only the head coach, you're the GM, you're the strategist, you're the relationship developer, and the fact that he got, and EJ made a great point, like where Quinn Ewers got drafted is the beginning of the story. I think he's going to be a really good player at some point in the NFL. He has NFL ability. And to have Arch Manning in the program being developed, may actually be the first overall pick next year, the year after, whenever, is really remarkable. So hats off to Steve Sarkisian to manage this situation in 2024 college football. 100%. That was a great job by him. And Steve Spurrier just looks like it's from a generation ago. It's not the way college football is anymore, guys.
All right. Well, what are your expectations, EJ, on Arch Manning for this upcoming season?
Well, the biggest expectation is to win because the guy said if they have a winnable team, like if you look at the defense for Texas, I think that's a top 5 defense, not just in the SEC, but in the country. And then you look at some of the receivers that are coming back who were freshmen that got a chance to play with Quinn Ewers. Now they're going to be sophomores. You got some guys who are sophomores, now juniors. So when you've been able to sit in the same system, guys, for 2-3 seasons, man, I mean, that is so valuable for a young quarterback. He's going to have a lot of confidence. He's probably gotten bigger, stronger, faster. I've seen him spend time with his teammates, you know, in the offseason, going to camps and going to their cities back at home. So he's doing all the right things. And again, this is a Manning. This is a guy who's been reared up to be a part of this type of tradition, and he wants to stay at Texas. We all know he could have left and went somewhere else to start, but he's actually been wanting to be patient. Now it's his time, and he's going to take off.
I agree with everything EJ said. I think from a pro prospect standpoint, all the things EJ said, and then athletically, he's way better than Eli, Peyton. He is a great athlete with the right size. Oh, here comes Wendy again.
Yep. Yeah, Wendy's just taking a little self-guided tour of the new studio. Depending.
no concern for where the cameras are. It's good. But what were you saying there, Mike?
Yeah, so anyway, I think Arch Manning has
has
a massive ceiling here, and you take the intangibles of the Manning and you take what his physical attributes are, you have someone that could be really special.
All right. Well, I have no idea what's going on here, but what we're going to do...
Do you know what a cafe is?
I do know we're going to go to commercial, and I'll tell you in 1 second. But yeah, this was windy earlier. This was actually... Yeah. We're all getting used to the new studio here, folks, and
You are a pro.
Yeah, you have...
Those when they were yelling at me, get up!
Brian Windhorst had 3 hours of sleep in the last month, and it's showing up. We'll be right back on Get Up. Who knows where Brian will be.
And Doug.
Looks like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. For the last time. Bye, my friend. Huh. I thought it was deeper than that. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Many people told us they'd had stuffed crust pizza from Domino's before. Oh. Only Domino's has never had stuffed crust before.
Where's the pizza?
Until now. Introducing Domino's new and first ever stuffed crust pizza.
Yummy.
Try one for the first time tonight.
We're making a splash with another Twisted Tea drop. Twisted Tea fans love the smooth, refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Real brewed tea with a 5% hint of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted. I see it. I like it. I want it. Yes, I do. Said I need it.
With Chase, you can get a debit card for your kids' independence. And parental notifications, so you can keep an eye on how they're using it. Still on budget. Control for parents, freedom for kids. That's family banking from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
I was known for showing up and showing out, but psoriasis shut me down. Until I got clearer skin. With Bimzelx, I can't wait to say, I'm back.
Only Bimzelx targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation. Bimzelx can deliver transformative relief.
Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose. I'm back to liking what I see, looking back at me.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections and low ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Give yourself a chance to say, I'm back.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx.
Is that the sense of hope? Justice?
Citrus.
Super.
All right, do you guys want to do a little swap?
I mean, yeah, I could be into it. Just like a one-time casual thing with Tyler, or?
I was talking about switching up teams for fun.
I don't like this game.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5. Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
When you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
Not feeling the grays but don't want a color? Try Just for Men Control GX Gray Reducing Shampoo. Just shampoo like you do to gradually reduce grays. Now boosted with keratin. Hair looks 2 times thicker to keep you looking your best. Control GX Shampoo.
Pronamel, clinical enamel strength, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product.
Thought I had it under control. I'm in trouble. After my internship in Wakanda, I wanted to build something undeniable. But without real money, I gotta get creative. So I joined a crew of criminals. And now I'm about to get out by a deranged man in a cape. You've bitten off a hell of a lot more than you can chew. I can chew a lot.
Ironheart, only on Disney+.
We're back on Get Up. It's time for a game of Are You Convinced? With our football crew. Mike T, are you convinced that Aaron Rodgers will lead Pittsburgh to its first playoff win since the 2016 season?
No, I'm more convinced that Wendy's in the cafeteria right now.
No idea where Wendy is.
Because he's going to be 42 in December, no off-season program, and best case scenario, Graz, they are the third best offense in their division. When you think about, all the other firepower in the AFC North, I give them a lot of credit for coming back one more time. I just don't see this working by the end of the season.
How many teams can we rank third in their division on this show? Let's just keep it going. No, I completely agree with you, Mike. I just don't see a pathway for them to get a playoff win. I think as long as Arthur Smith and Aaron Rodgers are on the same page about merging the offense, it can work. They can win double-digit games. I just don't see in a stacked AFC them winning a game.
EJ, what do you think about the Steelers and Rodgers?
Yeah, I think it's too early to be convinced right now, so I'll say no. But I will say and warn us that, look, they got a really good defense. They got a defense that's ready to win playoff games if they're able to get there. You got to win out in that division. Some tough ones with Baltimore. Bengals as well going to be really good. So I'd say no right now.
All right, next one's for Kevin Clark. Jordan Love and the Packers are Super Bowl contenders. Are you convinced?
I picked them to make the Super Bowl last year, so let's run it back. No, I don't think they're going to make the Super Bowl this year. I think the NFC is just too stacked. But yes, they're a quarterback room away. That's why I think the Jair Alexander trade move was so significant, getting him off the roster, because they need talent there. But if they get that, if they have some pop there, they can make the Super Bowl.
EJ, what do you think?
I'll say yes, and if you look at the history of the starting quarterbacks for the Packers, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers, and now Jordan Love, Rodgers and Favre made huge jumps in their third year as the full-time starter. And what is this year for Jordan Love? His third year as a full-time starter. So I'll say yes, did a good job in the draft as well, get him some more firepower receiver, Matthew Golden, Savion Williams. So I'll say yes, they can make it to a Super Bowl and win.
All right, last one is for you, EJ. Are you convinced that Justin Fields is the answer at quarterback this year and beyond for the New York Jets?
Yes, Y-E-S, absolutely, guys. Look, I think Justin is at a point where he's tired of people hating on him. He's tired of people doubting him. And also, you got a new head coach in Aaron Glenn who's going to have a vested interest to make sure that Justin Fields has success. They're going to create the offense around him. They're going to let him be him and not try to just put him in this mold of other quarterbacks. I say yes, they're going to get it right there in New York with Justin Fields at QB.
EJ, I agree for very similar reasons. I think with Aaron Glenn, you're going to see three objective indices of improvement. You're going to see penalties down, you're going to see turnovers down, and you're going to see 2 minutes scoring at the end of each half improve. This team will be dramatically better coached. Justin Fields will be the beneficiary of that.
Much more football as we move along on the show. Less than a month till training camps open in the NFL. But right now it's time for your morning wake-up call, courtesy of Shohei Ohtani's 28th home run of the season.
And Ohtani swings, hits a drive, deep right center field, way back to the wall, and has got a home run. Shohei Ohtani, home run number 28.
With that, we welcome in our MLB insider, Buster Olney. Buster, Shohei Ohtani currently the favorite to win back-to-back National League MVP awards. So look at what he's doing. Are you taking him to repeat or the field?
Dan, I'm going to take the field led by Pete Crow Armstrong of the Chicago Cubs. Because like Ohtani, there's a lot of versatility to his game. He's having a great season offensively. 21 home runs, all kind of slug this year. On the bases, he's considered to be the best pure base runner in the sport. 24 stolen bases, and maybe his greatest impact is on defense. Cubs manager Craig Counsell told me earlier this year that he thinks Crow Armstrong might be the best pure defender in the sport. I think he's going to win the award.
Yeah, look, I got to tell you, he's carrying my otherwise sadly underachieving fantasy team, so happy for that with Pete Crow Armstrong. Over in the American League, Aaron Judge is the favorite to repeat as MVP. You taking him or the field?
Dan, I'm going to take the field led by Cal Raleigh, and this would have been unthinkable a month ago because Aaron Judge is having the greatest season for any right-handed hitter ever. But you know what? Cal Raleigh is having the greatest season for any catcher ever with all the power, 32 home runs. His adjusted OPS plus is 198. That's better than the career best of Johnny Bench, Gary Carter, Mike Piazza, any other name you come up with. And on top of that, he's considered to be an elite defensive catcher.
Yeah, unbelievable what Cal Raleigh is doing out there in Seattle. Taking it back to Judge, his Yankees are 11-12 in the month of June, and the Crosstown Mets haven't been a whole lot better at 12-12. These are both teams that have super high expectations. Given the way they've played in June, which of those two are you more concerned about right now?
The Mets, because they're pitching. Look, the pitching was the backbone of the great start that they had this year. They were leading the majors in ERA, but during this stretch, that group has struggled, especially among starting pitchers. They've had a ton of injuries, and last night, Griffin Canning going down with Achilles injury. Their hope is that Sean Manaea will come back in a couple weeks. They just got Frankie Montas back, but it's going to be a challenge, especially in an absolutely stacked American League. The context is much more difficult for the Mets than it is the Yankees.
Yeah, Canning injury, tough to watch, obviously, last night, especially since we seem to get an Achilles injury on TV every couple days right now. We're about at the halfway point of the Major League Baseball season, so we wanted to get some mid-season superlatives from Buster. So, Buster, what do you got?
All right, best pitcher on the planet, I've got Tarek Skubal, who is, of course, the defending AL Cy Young Award winner. He's having another great season. Dan, early this year, he had a stretch where over the course of 11 games, he had 95 strikeouts and 3 walks. And by the way, it looks like he's going to pitch on Sunday Night Baseball this week. The player most likely to get traded, the star, Eugenio Suarez of the Arizona Diamondbacks. It's not totally clear that Arizona is going to sell. Mike Hazen, their general manager, is considered to be super competitive. But if Suarez is dealt, he would be a perfect fit for the Yankees. They could put him at third base, slide Jazz Chisholm over to second base. Suarez this year, 25 homers, 67 RBI, a great clubhouse presence.
Yeah, and so we're about at the midseason point, as I told you, which, as you know, is not remotely too early to predict who's going to win the World Series. What's your predicted World Series matchup at this point?
So I've got the Dodgers, which is not a surprise, coming out of the National League, the American League, the Tampa Bay Rays, who are surging like crazy over the last 6 weeks. The Rays thought internally that they would get better during the year, and that's exactly what's happened. Junior Caminero hitting like crazy. They expect Shane McClanahan to come back sometime before the trade deadline. And think about this. If the Rays make the World Series, they'll probably have to move the Rays' home games because they've been playing in Steinbrenner Field, a place you know well, Dan,
yes,
down in Tampa Bay. They'd have to find another place for the Rays to play at home.
I was going to ask, because a World Series game at Steinbrenner Field in Tampa would be a little overcrowded. Great stuff, Buster. Thanks so much for getting up with us. We'll obviously be checking back in with you a lot as the baseball season rolls along. First round of this year's NHL draft is tonight.
Fences and gates, enclosures. Want to know why I like them? Because it keeps them away from us.
At 6 Eastern on ESPN2. When we come back on Get Up, Luka and Giannis. The NBA draft is over, but Wendy will tell you why the Lakers and the Bucks are on the clock right now. Stay tuned, you don't want to miss that.
Why go commercial when you can have all the comforts of private? The all-new Infiniti QX80. Own true Infiniti luxury today. We won't raise the MSRP on any vehicle before July 7th.
Fill your potatoes? Oh, yes. Fill your eggs and pasta? Hello, creaminess. Philadelphia, a creamy touch of magic.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect. Like buy a double cheeseburger for you and add a McChicken for $1. Because being able to take your little brother out is a big deal. Get more than you expect with new
If you keep making that face, it's going to stay like that.
I'm trying to get my own car insurance.
USAA. Grandpa was in the military. He shared membership with your mom so she could share with you. Easy.
USAA. Check if you're eligible today.
Goldilocks needs a place of her own, and fast. Thankfully, she's on Redfin. They update their listings every 2 minutes. And with so many options, she's bound to find exactly what she wants.
This one's just right.
Is she meeting?
Oh, it's happening. It is happening.
Baby back ribs. Where does it go? Nobody knows.
Okay, how did you do that?
Honey, it's magic.
Has anyone seen a perfectly sauced rib?
Just go back to the buffet. It's all you can eat.
But it was sauced perfectly.
Oh, boy.
My moderate to severe Crohn's symptoms kept me out of the picture. Now I have Sky Risen.
I've got and now I'm back in the picture. Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements. Skyrizi helped visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. And with Skyrizi, many were in remission at 12 weeks, at 1 year, and even at 3 years.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease. Skyrizi is also approved for ulcerative colitis.
Gatorade has the #1 proven electrolyte blend, designed to hydrate better than water. Made to rehydrate, replenish, and refuel, so you can lose more sweat and turn lengthen history. Gatorade. Is it in you? The NFL Flag Championships are back. This is going to get bigger and better every year. The next generation of stars are ready to ball out.
So many players, so much talent.
As the game takes center stage for the premier youth flag football event of the summer.
The title on the line in the shadow of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
NFL Flag Championships, presented by Toyota, July 18th through 20th on ESPN, ABC, and more Disney networks.
Dr. Ian Malcolm here. Some refer to me as our resident skeptic. I, however, prefer realist. To say that I have a strange relationship with the dinosaurs would be an understatement.
For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery, because a little play can make your day.
When I think about how I divide my time, it's very carefully. I'm Alex Diaz. I'm a professional marketer. And
Geez, I almost lost my life to some, and to others. I owe it. But when it comes to people...
Your attention, and automatically this paragraph comes out that you can play with. It is honestly like magic. Grammarly will give you confidence that whatever message you're trying to send comes across as you intend. Download Grammarly for free.
Guess where we're going? Sports Center is hit the road and coming to you. Beyond that blue horizon is a limitless world of sport. This isn't just a tour, it's a homecoming. We're rolling deep with the entire SC squad. 50 states, 50 days. Sports Center on tour. Get back!
Well, I trust you. Don't make me regret that.
Welcome back to Get Up. We are coming to you live from our Hudson Square studio. We have tons of football this morning. We have tons of NBA that we're talking this morning. Brian Windhorst here, Bobby Marks here, and a collection that you just will not believe if you're just tuning in. We want to start in the NBA this hour. Windy. Let's start with a windy watch, and let's start in Los Angeles.
Yeah, so Luka Doncic has a really big decision whether to extend his contract with the Lakers coming up. Now, he can't do that for a month until August 2nd, but that doesn't mean the Lakers don't have to get busy, because they're going to, when they go to Luka with that deal, which they hope to get him to sign for 4 years, he may take a shorter contract, they're going to want to have shown him what they've done to improve this roster, specifically to get him a center. That's one of the things he asked for when he got traded there. It was one of the things they did in Dallas, which really helped supercharge that team. The Lakers have got to get to work on that. Also, LeBron James has a decision to make over the weekend. He has until Sunday to decide on his contract option. It's $53 million. Last year in this same position, he opted out of his contract, offered the Lakers to take a pay cut if they could find a free agent to sign. They didn't. This year, no such offer has been made, and the expectation is that LeBron will opt into this deal and take $53 million and his no-trade clause into next season. And then, obviously, we have one more thing, which is the Austin Reeves situation. He turned down a 4-year, $90 million contract extension this week. That was expected. He can sign for more next season when he can become a free agent and probably attract, if he has another good year, Dan, a 9-figure contract.
Yeah, that's good for him. But in the meantime, the Lakers, nobody made a bigger move than they made during the season when they got Luka Doncic. And as Wendy pointed out, now they got to convince him they're going to build a championship team around him. How do they do that?
Yeah, and Rob Pelinka, their general manager, he was up front, certainly at the deadline after the Luka trade when they tried to go acquire Mark Williams, and that trade was rescinded. And then when they lost in the postseason, he said, well, that's our priority right now. Here's what they have to offer in free agency in the trade market. They have the $5.7 million tax mid-level exception. What does that get you? Could get you a player like maybe Luke Cornett. The market of free agent centers is very shallow. Al Horford is certainly another name. Larry Nance Jr. Certainly Jackson Hayes, who is already there. Precious Achiuwa, Clint Capella. Those are some of your veterans there. Mason Plumlee, as we said. The other thing to focus on is the trade market. They have over $60 million in expiring contracts. Gabe Vincent, Rui Hachimura. They've got a first-round pick in 2031 or 32 to go out and make a deal. It's interesting, yesterday the Lakers sent out cash in a trade with Chicago. That has hard capped them at the second apron. They've got the flexibility still to make a deal. There's some of your veterans there, Mason Plumlee, as we said. The other thing to focus on is the trade market. They have over $60 million in expiring contracts. Gabe Vincent, Rui Hachimura. They've got a first-round pick in 2031 or 32 to go out and make a deal. It's interesting, yesterday the Lakers sent out cash in a trade with Chicago. That has hard capped them at the second apron. They've got the flexibility still to make a deal. They're about $16 million under, so they have to prioritize how to make the money work. They're not allowed to take back more money in a trade. So if they trade a $12 million player, they can't take back $14 million salary because of the apron rule. So we'll watch what the Lakers do over the next couple of weeks here.
Tim Bontemps, what do you think the Lakers should be doing over the next couple of weeks here?
Well, Bobby just nailed it, Graz. They have to go get a center. They have to also get some shooting on the perimeter. They need some more athleticism defensively on the perimeter. And look, all you got to do is look at how the Western Conference playoffs shook out. The Lakers lost in 5 games in the first round of the Minnesota Timberwolves. It was not a incredibly competitive series. And the Minnesota Timberwolves went on to make the Western Conference Finals and lost in 5 games to the Oklahoma City Thunder in what it was a not very competitive series. So when you look at the gap that the Lakers have to make up to catch up to a team like Oklahoma City, the defending champions, who should be even better next season with a young roster, getting better and more experienced, and now going through the 4 weeks or the several weeks that it takes to win the 4 rounds to win a championship. The Lakers have a lot of work to do this summer to get to that kind of level, obviously with limited assets, as Bobby just laid out. But the first thing they have to do is go out and find a center. You look through that available list, there is not exactly a guy sitting there that's going to be the kind of lob threat and rim protector that Luka Doncic thrives so much playing alongside.
Wendy, how do you see this summer playing out for the Lakers?
Yeah, so none of those players, quite frankly, are a player that Luka Doncic is looking for because they're not the lob threat and defensive center that fits. And that's really what really transformed his situation in Dallas when they went out and got Derek Lively, when they went out and got Daniel Gafford. So the Lakers are going to have to use these expiring contracts. And I will say, there should be a deal for them to make. Now, whether or not it will transform them as a team, I don't know. But they prioritize it. They've had months to analyze it. They've had months to have negotiations. There's no reason why in the next few days they shouldn't be able to execute a trade. If they do not, they are going to basically be going to Luka and saying, hey, trust us. And maybe Luka will. Luka has given no indication that he won't sign that contract. But ideally, you want to get that locked up so that you can approach with new ownership a multi-year approach to building around Luka Doncic.
All right, so we'll keep a close eye on that. We're also keeping a close eye on Giannis Antetokounmpo and the Milwaukee Bucks. What's going on there?
Let's be clear here. He has not asked for a trade. The Bucks are not looking to trade him. Having said that, a lot of the league is keeping an eye on what will happen. The Bucks have 7 free agents. They really right now don't have a team that they could put together in any form. They have 4 core free agents. They were already a team that is going to be struggling to replace Dame Lillard for the majority, if not all, of this season. They need a starting level point guard. So they have a lot of problems. They don't have good assets. They don't have salary cap space. They don't have draft assets to trade. And so the Bucks have stitched together repeatedly contending teams. Combined with Giannis playing like an MVP, they've become a contender. They're coming off a season where they finished 5th in the Eastern Conference. That is not a great position, and they are going to struggle to bring their whole team back without Dame Lillard. So the league is wondering, if this doesn't look like a contending team in a month, will Giannis revisit his position of keeping hands off? And that is one of the big things that could define this offseason in the NBA.
Tim, what do you think things will look like for the Bucks in a month?
Well, when Brian goes through that list of things, they don't have a lot of talent currently on the roster. They're going to have trouble keeping the current talent on the roster. They don't have a lot of draft picks to add to the roster, and they don't have free agency money to add to the roster. It's not exactly a rosy picture for what this team can do over the next several weeks. Now, we've seen General Manager John Horst, the Milwaukee Bucks, be very aggressive in the past. He's been able to go out and make moves when people didn't think they could. They went and got Drew Holiday a few years ago, helped them win a title. They went and got Dame Lillard a couple of summers ago. So certainly the Bucks have shown an ability to be aggressive in the past and find ways to make moves. Even last summer, they got Gary Trent to sign for the minimum, a guy who people thought was going to sign an 8-figure per year deal when the summer began. So they have shown an ability to go get players. They do have playing time to offer. They do have playing next to Giannis Antetokounmpo as a carrot to offer. That's certainly something that can make guys look a lot better and get them paid more in the future. We saw that happen with Malik Beasley, who went on to sign with the Detroit Pistons last summer for more money. Like, they have things they can't offer, but this is a very difficult needle to thread for the Bucks to be good enough to really contend, even in the Eastern Conference, where you have Jason Tatum out for the year, you have Tyrese Halliburton out for the year, probably with Achilles tears. Difficult puzzle for the Bucks to try to solve here over the next few weeks.
I keep on coming back to that Damian Lillard injury in the Indiana series here, and if that didn't happen, I think we're probably talking about Milwaukee in a little bit of a different light here. But he's going to be out for a significant period of time. They need a point guard here. It's basically what the league is telling you. You have $14 million. How do you want to go spend it? Do you want to go spend it and bring Gary Trent Jr. back, or do you want to go out and bring back a point guard here? The interesting thing will be is they got their finances in order. Would they go into the luxury tax to bring back this roster and also use that big exception here? We'll wait and see as far as if they do that.
If they don't, is Giannis going to be in a position where he's going to want out, or should?
Well, listen, we saw during the Kevin Durant trade that there were teams that did not go all in.
See?
Whether
I can be
San
nice.
Antonio,
I can be nice.
whether it be a team like the New York Knicks,
Discover
there will be teams lined up.
As I saw you
that
throwing
ever
litter
does
on
happen.
the ground.
This
It's
man
trash,
is
it
very
isn't
loyal to his
mine.
organization. He has been. He signed multiple extensions in the past. But I do think you can get to a point, whether it be in a week or 2 weeks, where you look at this roster and you're going to have to evaluate, is this good enough here?
You mentioned the Knicks. That's the last team we want to hit on here in our Windy Watch. They don't have a coach. What's going on there?
So they're going to interview James Borrego, who was a finalist for the Cleveland Cavaliers coaching job last year, former head coach of the Charlotte Hornets, a well-respected assistant that comes out of the Greg Popovich tree. This will be the 4th interview that they've had since moving on from trying to hire another team's head coach, including former Grizzlies coach Taylor Jenkins, 2-time coach of the year Mike Brown, and earlier this week they interviewed Minnesota Timberwolves top assistant Mike Nori. At the end of the day, the Knicks situation has only brightened over the last couple of weeks. Even though there's a lot of doom and gloom about them not having a coach, the injuries in the Eastern Conference, plus the fact that they remain under the second apron, which gives them more maneuverability than some of their competing teams, their odds to win the East have only increased. This is a good job, and they are going to have a very strong team that they bring back that they will probably be able to add to, at least with a role player or two. It's just a matter of getting everything aligned, and at the end of the day, if their process is long, it doesn't matter if it yields the result they're looking for.
What do you make of the way the Knicks are handling this, Bobby?
Well, it's certainly interesting that free agency starts on Monday, and there's, they've got some open spots. There's a priority to improve their depth. The good thing is that their top 7 players are under contract, and the players that they're chasing are players that are under the veteran minimum contract here. It is interesting also that whoever they do hire will be walking into probably the favorite in the Eastern Conference, which is a unique situation because the man they just fired took them to an Eastern Conference Finals here, and there's going to be a high level of expectation to get to at least back to that point.
All right, I'm told that we have breaking news in the NBA this morning, Wendy.
Yeah, Shams Charania just reported that Masai Ujiri, the very highly successful longtime president of the Toronto Raptors, is leaving the organization. So Masai has been regarded as one of the top executives in the league. He was going into the final year of his contract with the team. There is a scheduled ownership change that is expected to take place next year, and there was some belief that if the Raptors didn't have a very good year, that Ujiri would be facing possibly a change. The Raptors were aggressive leading into this draft, trying to either acquire a key player or move up in the draft from their 9th pick. That did not happen. So the Raptors go into their offseason, a very key offseason, where they are hoping to make moves to improve their position. They've been sort of tanking recently. That didn't happen at the draft, and now apparently somebody else will get an opportunity to do it this summer.
Well, certainly he won't be unemployed for a long time. I mean, if that's what he wants to do. He brought a championship to Toronto. He made that Kawhi Leonard trade. Probably not a lot of front office would have done that. He's leaving a situation where they went out and got Brandon Ingram. They have R.J. Barrett. They have certainly Scotty Barnes, Emmanuel Quickly. They're one of those teams that we've talked about as those wild card teams as far as do they see an opportunity to get into the Eastern Conference mix here. So it's an interesting situation where, as we said, we're 3 days away from free agency. Fortunately for them, a lot of their decisions have already been made as far as from a roster standpoint. But we'll see what happens from a trade standpoint.
They have a general manager there, Bobby Webster, who is well-respected and very capable. This moment, I'm sure he'll take over their off-season maneuvering. But Toronto has been one of the more active teams. And so it's interesting that they're going to have a leadership change while they're on the verge of potentially making impact trades.
Tim, any thoughts on this?
I mean, look, this to me, it's just a massive move across the league. Masai Ujiri is one of the most respected executives in the league. He totally changed what Toronto was like in the NBA over the past 15 years. As Bobby said, making that Kawhi Leonard trade, bringing the first championship to the Raptors. He's had a huge impact there, and he is certainly a guy to watch going forward, whether it's with an expansion franchise, any executive job that comes open. We talked about the Knicks don't have an obvious fit for their coaching job. Masai Ujiri is going to be the first thing that comes up for any open executive job going forward.
Yeah, lots going on, obviously, in the NBA. News breaking as you watch this morning's show. We'll have much more hoops as we move along. When we come back, we're going to be talking football. Is it all on Josh Allen to finally get the Bills to the Super Bowl? And which quarterback do we trust in the AFC to get past Mount Mahomes? Plus, it's one of the biggest stories of the summer. Our quarterback will tell you exactly how Shedeur Sanders can win the Browns' starting job in training camp. We're coming right back. You are watching Get Up.
Doug. Okay, here's what you want to do. Save hundreds when Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
Are you a caddy?
No, I'm a Doug, and that's a Limu.
Okay, I'm going to putt now.
Okay, I'm going to watch you putt.
Oh!
Nice birdie.
Yes, he is a very nice bird.
Oh no, Limu! The cards!
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
So, we really need to see your LDLC come down more to lower your risk of another heart attack.
I was afraid we had to do more.
Like what? I already exercise, take my statin, eat kale. I can tell you're trying, but there's a high chance you'll have another heart attack.
I don't want to go through that again.
What else can we do? Let's add Repatha.
Repatha plus a statin dramatically lowers LDL-C by 63% and drops the risk of having a heart attack by 27%. Do not take Repatha if you're allergic to it. Serious allergic reactions can occur. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Common side effects include runny nose, sore throat, common cold symptoms, flu or flu-like symptoms, back pain, high blood sugar, and redness, pain, or bruising at the injection site.
So, I have your latest blood work here, and we did it. Your LDL-C came way down.
Listen to your heart. Lower your LDL-C and your risk with Repatha. Talk to your doctor.
We're here for our convertible.
How about an SUV? Want to get out of here? Hier ist das Schiebedach.
Und hier ist die Sonnencreme.
Okay, let's move on.
Where are those trucks? We're right here.
Whatever it is, we're here for it.
Yep, still here.
It's Verizon's Summer Bundle. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10, and iPad. All 3 on us. Get all 3 on any plan. That's up to $2,000 in value for a limited time. Only on Verizon.
Is poor support giving you the bed aches? Then it's time for a change. We engineered the new Sealy Posturepedic to help stop those nagging aches for good. Because only Posturepedic features our exclusive precision fit coils that respond to your pressure points for targeted support like no other mattress can. Say so long to bed aches and hello happy mornings with Sealy Posturepedic. Shop Sealy Savings during the July 4th sale.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
With GoodRx, my family saves hundreds of dollars each month.
I have insurance, but I still use GoodRx because it's still cheaper than going through my insurance.
I tell everyone, just check GoodRx.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
It's time to party!
Monday, July 7th.
And now we're in the jungle.
Of a segment we call Super Bowl or Bust. Kevin Clark, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens will win the Super Bowl if they show up to the game. They're going to win the Super Bowl this year. What's a little Super Bowl prediction on June 27th? Let's just go for it here, guys. They are deep. They are ready. My X factor here is Malachi Starks, their first-round defensive back out of Georgia. He's going to free up Kyle Hamilton to be one of the best players in football. Big wins this year. Yeah, the Ravens in the playoffs, what could go wrong? Absolutely. Mike Tannenbaum staying in the AFC North. Joe Burrow and the Bengals will win the Super Bowl if
their 2 pass rushers are taken care of contractually. Trey Hendrickson is under contract, but disgruntled. Shamar Stewart probably is not under contract as a first-round pick. Trey Hendrickson, guys, as you know, most productive pass rusher over the last 2 years, 35 sacks. You know they're going to score a ton of points. They need, as Bill Walsh would say, fourth-quarter pass rushers. Hopefully those situations get solved.
Finally, E.J. Manuel, Josh Allen, and the Bills fell 1 game short of a Super Bowl appearance last season. The Bills will win it all this year if...
Oh, fellas, this is the year. There's no if, so the Bills are going to win the Super Bowl, and a lot of it's going to be on Josh Allen to have the MVP-like season, but also you got to sign James Cook. I think he's a huge catalyst to this offense. I think he gives Josh a great extension when things break down. If he can't take off a run, you get him the ball out in the flat, he can get you 10, 15 yards. And also the defense revamp. Bosa, Shaq Thompson, those guys are going to help on the defensive side as well. Bills win it.
How come Mike T didn't have a Super Bowl prediction tonight? EJ picked, I picked.
We got a Ravens pick, we got a Bills pick, we got somewhere Patrick Mahomes is laughing at all of us. Despite Josh Allen taking home the MVP award in 2024, he believes his resume still has a hole in it as we enter the season. Listen to Josh.
It is such a great honor, and I do appreciate being honored for my work. But at the same time, still didn't win a Super Bowl, didn't win a ring, and that is the only goal, it's the only focus that I've ever had going into this league.
EJ, is Josh Allen under the most pressure of any quarterback to win a Super Bowl this year?
Yeah, guys, he is. I mean, now that you've had the personal accolade of winning the MVP in that city, man, that's the expectation. Now, look, the city's in Bills Mafia is going to always be behind Josh Allen, but at the same time, they are salivating for a Super Bowl opportunity, and I know Josh wants to deliver that to the Buffalo Nation. So, yeah, you win the MVP, and you got some extra pieces, like I mentioned, on defense. Your offensive line is back. If they can get James Cook back under contract, all things look up for Josh Allen. But, again, he has to stay healthy, and we know Josh is going to play smash mouth about football. So I think that's something you have to keep in mind as well. That, hey, man, you got to keep your shoulders, your knees, your ankles. Don't take those extra hits if you don't have to, especially at this point in your career. We know that you're tough. We know that you're going to go get it. We know that you're going to sacrifice your body, but your best ability is now availability for this Buffalo team. So the pressure's going to be mounting, and he's ready for it. Coach McDermott's going to make sure they have supporting cast for Josh to continue to have success.
Mike T, all these great quarterbacks in the AFC that Mahomes has been standing in the way of. Allen, Lamar, Burrow. Which of those do you trust the most to finally get past Mahomes and get to the Super Bowl?
Josh Allen, the Buffalo Bills guys, because of their style of play. Coach Belichick talks a lot about oftentimes in the NFL, teams lose games before you ever have to win them. Last year, Josh Allen was sacked 14 times and only had 6 interceptions. The way they could run the ball, as EJ mentioned, with James Cook, Dalton Kincaid, Dawson Knox, they are a hard team to beat because they don't have self-inflicted wounds. I think they'll continue to get better on the outside with Keon Coleman and another year of development. But this is a team, to me, a very, very high floor because they don't self-destruct.
I was in Kansas City for the AFC Championship game. Never seen a locker room more crushed than the Bills were that night. They thought they had it. Like, they believe they're doing every single thing right. Do you agree with Mike T that Allen's the guy?
No, I don't. That's why I'm picking the Ravens to win the Super Bowl this year. But Mahomes, you mentioned, listen, he crushes dreams. He leaves locker rooms in tatters. That's what happens when you're playing with a Michael Jordan-like figure, is he dictates your legacy. He leaves you ringless in some situations. I think Josh Allen will get a ring. I think Lamar Jackson will get a ring. But there will be guys in this era who will say at their induction ceremony in Canton, I wish Patrick Mahomes was never born, which is the best compliment that you can give a quarterback. That's what happens when you play with Patrick Mahomes in his era.
EJ, the Bills, they're off season. They re-sign all their core guys. They add, Joey Bosa. He replaces Von Miller. But basically, they believe they're doing everything the right way. Is that the right approach? Just keep chipping away, and one of these years it'll work out for them?
Yeah, well, Graz, I think the other part, and you mentioned Bosa, I mean, they re-signed Greg Rousseau as well, who was a draft pick there a few years ago. So you can tell that the Bills are trying to shore up their front seven. And then if somebody wants to take a page out of the, most recent Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles, you got to have a deep front seven to get after some of these quarterbacks. And who are we talking about? We're talking about Joe Burrow. We're talking about Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes. You have to have a front seven and pass rushers that can affect him. So again, as much pressure that'll be on Josh Allen as a quarterback, I think a lot of the pressure is going to be on that defense to make sure you lock down some of these great offenses you're going to play against. The other cool part for the Bills, a lot of their toughest matchups are at home. And we've seen how big of a difference that makes when they're at home. It's late in the season. It's cold. It's nighttime. They get those primetime games. That's going to help the Bills a lot. But I'm expecting some big things from this front seven, especially those guys that just got paid.
Buffalo has one game this season that's not in the Eastern time zone. The schedule is set up. They look like they're loaded. One of these years, they really believe they will do it. We'll see if it's this year. Much more to come on Get Up this morning. When we come back, our quarterback has the plan for Dak and the Cowboys to get back on track. Can they win the NFC East? Plus, it's Aaron's last dance. Can he go out on a high note with a huge year in Pittsburgh? We're talking about that when we come back on Get Up.
I'm not really one for the spotlight, but there is some gravy to be had. I always seem to get primo parking. But you don't have to be a VIP to get more than just savings with Geico. Every customer gets tip-top service with 24/7 fast, friendly claim support.
I never do this, but could I get a picture?
Yeah, it's not like you run into animal celebrities every day.
Stop! It's Doug the Dog! Doug! Doug!
I stand corrected.
I literally never do this.
Get more than just savings. Get more with Geico. Dick's Epic 4th of July sale is on. Take 20% off bog bags and igloo coolers, 25% off Stanley drinkware, $200 off Callaway irons and TaylorMade drivers. Buy any DST item and get the second half price. Shop in-store or at dicks.com.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Let's just get one of everything.
Everything.
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back. Yes, chef! 3% cash back on chicken. Yes, chef! 10% cash back on risotto.
Yes, chef!
Where's my fish?
Here, chef!
Had a feeling you want to earn 3% cash back on dessert.
Sorry, chef.
What's in your wallet?
With new McValue at McDonald's, you get more than collected for breakfast. Like buy a sausage burrito and add a sausage with muffin for $1. Because a late night double shift deserves an early morning meal.
more than you expect. You know, I don't want to look America. Used car shopping doesn't have to be scary.
Show me Carfax.
Knowing how a car's accident history impacts price means you don't have to overpay. No fear, just Fox. Say, show me at Carfax.com.
People always said I could light up a room, but psoriasis stole my spark. Until I got clearer skin. With Bimzelx, I can't wait to say I'm back.
Only Bimzelx targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation. Bimzelx can deliver transformative relief.
Most people got 100% clear skin. Some after the first dose. I'm back to shining again.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections and lowered ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Give yourself a chance to say I'm back.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx.
Two of the very best, hoping to lead as the undisputed champion.
This is MMA at the highest level.
A true super fight.
El Matador still undefeated. So devastating. This is the International Fight Week. I am so fired up for this fight.
All right, Parky, here we go. Okay. Tucking. All right, we'll do a big. When your dog's superhero moment goes sideways. Pumpkin Now, the new urgent pay service from Pumpkin Pet Insurance, can pay you for eligible critical care in just 15 minutes, even before you pay the vet.
Surgery went great. Clarky's a really brave boy.
Ask your vet about Pumpkin Pet Insurance or visit pumpkin.care and see Superman, only in theaters July 11th.
Hello.
Okay, $1 million deal on the line. You got this. Recaps and sales meeting insights from Horn Team's calls? Otter AI. It's you who is man's best friend.
Otter, the AI meeting agent.
Time for your morning wake-up call, courtesy of Shohei Ohtani.
And Ohtani swings, hits a drive, deep right center field, way back to the wall, and has got a home run. Shohei Ohtani, home run number 28.
Ohtani is tied with Aaron Judge for the second most home runs in baseball right now, both behind Cal Raleigh, as everyone predicted before the season started. ESPN bet Judge and Raleigh are co-favorites to lead Major League Baseball in home runs. Raleigh's currently on pace for 65 of them, while Judge and Ohtani are on pace for 56. We'll see if that evens out over the second half. Time now to look at EJ's manual. See what we did there? EJ, how does Dak Prescott lead the Cowboys back to the top of the NFC East?
Well, guys, there's two things. For one, you got to win your divisional matchups. You got to beat Washington. You got to beat Philly. You got to beat the New York Giants. Anytime they come to Dallas, you have to own your home field, and then maybe you can steal some victories on the road. I think the second part, guys, is making sure you protect the football. When I look at Dak Prescott and the best seasons he's had is when he's limiting the interceptions. So, of course, it's staying healthy, all the things that you naturally have to do as a player in the NFL. But I think the big key for him in this year, don't get crazy with the interceptions. As long as you protect the ball, let your defense get you some wins too.
What do you think?
I think the best path is for Jerry Jones to petition the NFL to join the division. That would be the best way. Because I think a bunch of them were delivered. And it's just not going to happen in the NFC East.
We know that all life began in the sea, the primordial soup. Some creatures made their way to shore and started the chain reaction of land animals. Others stayed in the oceans, like the Elasmosaurus, and set the pattern for the marine life that would follow. This beautiful animal has a long neck and a flat tail. With the right setting, it should really attract the crowds.
With Dak, so I'm bullish long term on how they want to approach and eventually win. But I think short term, I agree with Kevin. I just don't know if they have enough there.
EJ, they're getting a bunch of guys back healthy that finished the year on IR, but the biggest one is the quarterback, Dak Prescott. I mean, is anybody making a bigger impact addition this offseason than that.
Well, not really. I mean, look, you look at, you bring back Diggs back on the defensive side, and then you bring back some edge rushers as well for the Cowboys to go opposite of Michael Parsons. So I think, of course, you got to get Michael Parsons signed as well. But I think for Dak, man, staying healthy and protecting the football. And as a quarterback, those are the things that you can control. Now, of course, injuries happen, but I said this earlier in the show, when Dak is available and he plays 10-plus games, the Cowboys win 10-plus games. And look, I hear what Kevin's saying as far as the division getting better. Philly's certainly much better. Washington's going to be better because of what we saw with Jaden Daniels. But we also didn't see a lot of Dak Prescott last year. So, again, if he could play 12, 13 games where he's available, maybe they have a chance to win the division.
Hey, EJ, just GMing me, is it okay for $60 million to ask him to play in all 17? Is that,
Whoa! That's how it's going to go. We're going to...
Whoa, I see. All I'm saying is, now we know injuries happen, right? Whether it's an ankle, I'm not saying he's going to have a load management, but I'm just talking about 100% injury rate in sports. So, yeah, of course you want him out there on the football field, but look at the past 5-6 seasons, he's missed time. So if he can limit that, kind of going with the same rate of what he's had the past couple of years, then I think they stand a chance. But if they don't, then, Joe Milton, not so sure. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes with Dak. We're going to turn the page now to Chapter 2 of EJ's manual this morning. EJ, what does Aaron Rodgers need to do to have a big year in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, well, the big thing is feeding DK Metcalf. So they go out and get DK Metcalf in free agency. And really, this was, in a trade. And I think this was interesting because you didn't have the quarterback yet. You had some, I think you had the guy that came over back from Tennessee. But now you sign Aaron Rodgers. So I think you got to give DK Metcalf at least 10 to 12 targets a game. And I know that's a lot of volume, man. But I think he has to be your bell cow. And I would say the same what I said with Dak Prescott for Aaron Rodgers. Protect the football. If you can run the football up there in that weather, you have a playoff-ready defense. Let those guys get you some turnovers, create some short fields. Don't press the issue, especially early in the season, because you're going to get a full offseason with this offense. So for A-Rod, feed DK Metcalf, also take care of the Rod.
DK Metcalf has not been a high-volume wide receiver in his career. Is that? I mean, are they in good shape there, or do they need more?
They're going to need a second guy to step up. But if he's going to have a big year, Arthur Smith's going to have to call his old colleague Matt LaFleur and say, what did you do in Green Bay to merge your offensive philosophy with Aaron Rodgers? That's the key. Aaron Rodgers has to fight his own worst instincts and say, hey, let me do everything on offense. Remember, this time last year he was running Nathaniel Hackett's offense, which is the Aaron Rodgers offense. We saw how poorly that went. So don't do that. In fact, Aaron Rodgers, do everything the opposite of what you were doing this time last year. That's my advice to you. But no, I think that there's a way to make the Arthur Smith offense with play action, turning him back to the defense, quick strikes over the middle, merge that with the Aaron Rodgers tendencies, get comfortable with motions and shifts, Aaron. There can be a middle ground here, and there can be some wins.
Yeah, I think a couple things are key here. First of all, their tackle play. Broderick Jones and Troy Fontenot have to be healthy and more productive because, again, we're closing in on 42 for Aaron Rodgers. But I actually do think, Kevin, from a scheme standpoint, really what they want to do is run the ball, play action, and boot. Caleb Johnson, a third-round pick out of Iowa, who I thought was really productive. Yeah, he's really a good fit for this offense. If they can get him going early, I think DK Metcalf, obviously, as you mentioned, more of a home run hitter than a volume guy, but the play action, the boot, the rollouts, it could all work provided the offensive line plays well, and Caleb Johnson, who I believe in, can get off to a great start.
EJ, you want to back in on this?
Yeah, I wanted to add, look, I think now that DK is with the Steelers, and you mentioned the offensive coordinator, Arthur Smith, DK wants to be a volume guy. Maybe the offense in Seattle didn't call for him to do that, so now you get this opportunity where you can really unleash this weapon. But the other part, you guys mentioned the age, it's a great point. When you looked at Peyton Manning late in his career, when you look at Tom Brady late in their career, they weren't necessarily doing a whole bunch of spots. Granted, they threw the ball, don't get me wrong, but you still saw a great level of play action use. You saw a great level of allowing the defense to get you some short yardage fields. And even when Tom Brady won his last Super Bowl, that was because partly of the defense that played so well there at Tampa Bay. So I think there's other ways to still find ways to win games with Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback.
All right, one last one in EJ's manual this morning. We go to Cleveland. How does Shedeur Sanders win the Browns' starting quarterback job?
Yeah, well, look, the big key first is owning that locker room. You have to walk in there not with the confidence in the sense of a bravado or arrogance, but you have to make sure these guys see you putting in the work. And everything I've read from the #1 pick in Cam Ward, he's showing up at 5:30 in the morning. So he's earning that respect. Shadur, you have to do the same exact thing.
Even I could do this next job, which means you should be able to as well. Read up on the details of the objective and then chop chop. Or chomp chomp. Get it? Huh?
The right things on and off the field, and you have your opportunities in training camp to win the job.
The park rating could be higher, and I'd hate to think I failed in getting you to work harder.
Twice late at night going 100 miles an hour isn't a good way to do that. Now, look, context is it's not the end of the road by any stretch. He has playing time to win back the confidence of his team and the leadership of the organization. But when you're the starting quarterback of a $6-7 billion enterprise, everything you do is magnified, good or bad. He has the most ability, in my opinion, in that room. He has a chance to earn that job, but it really has to stack one good day on top of the next. I think he's a much better prospect as a player than Dylan Gabriel.
First of all, I showed up at 5:30 this morning. There's no buzz about my leadership. I didn't hear anything.
Well, we got to see you do it again.
Okay, every day. Just every day. Next week, I'll see you there. First in, last out. So, with anything involving the Cleveland Browns quarterback position and the line of succession, there's only one key: wait. Because everybody in front of you is going to eventually flop. We have a lot of data on this, okay? We have a couple of decades worth, all right, since they moved back to Cleveland. So if I'm Shadur Sanders, I'm looking at Dylan Gabriel. You're already better than him from a football standpoint. You're going to be better than him on the practice field starting in Brea, Ohio in a couple weeks for training camp. Kenny Pickett, I think he can be beaten out at some point by halfway through that season, and then Joe Flacco is Joe Flacco, and they're going to want to move to a younger quarterback. So I'm looking at Shadur Sanders just staying in the fight, waiting his turn, driving the speed limit, and by the back half of the season, there will be an opportunity for him. Just stay in the fight and compete.
One thing we know for sure, the only constant with the Cleveland Browns quarterback situation throughout the years has been change. You have something you want to say?
I have a question. Did he get here at 5:30 by speeding? Like, seriously.
We're gonna dive into that on a Saturday show, which we don't have time now for Flashback Friday, and for that I need Joe Fortenbaugh. Joe is in Vegas for UFC 317. Joe, before we get going here, I want to throw it. Look at the jacket, by the way. I mean, that's unbelievable. Like, really, really bringing it on a Friday morning. Thank you very much.
I got it at my favorite magic shop right down the street.
Yeah, well, when in Vegas. Last Thursday on the show, the Travelers Championship was just getting started, and you gave us this play.
Joe Fortenbaugh with a very quick best bet. What do we like from the Travelers?
Keegan Bradley, 33-1 to win, top 10 plus 300. It's a limited field here, fewer than 80 golfers. The key, Bradley, a New Englander, plays really well in this event on this course.
So Keegan Bradley came back from 3 strokes down late in the final round and won the event for the second time. Joe, take a victory lap.
I should, Graz, I should, but as you know, I'm in Las Vegas, and unfortunately, my Pai Gow game is not what it used to be, so I dumped some of that back off to the casinos last night, but today is another day.
All right, we'll do a Pai Gow segment on the Saturday show, too. It's filling up. Now it's time for Joe's Best Bets. Joe, a ton of action from the NBA this week. What's one play you have your eye on now that the dust has settled?
Everybody's been laughing at me on this one, but the Sixers are 11-1 to win the Eastern Conference. I think that's the bet to make. Ultimately, our job when betting sports is to find mispriced markets. This is a mispriced market. They're 11-1 because they were a joke last season. And it's okay to say that because that's exactly how it played out. But look at how stacked they are this year, and more importantly, look at the path. Milwaukee's down Lillard, Boston's down Tatum, Indiana's down Halliburton.
In progress.
The Knicks don't have a coach. Miami hasn't made any
I work with the dinosaurs, and now you do too. I'm Owen Grady. From my experience, I've learned the most important thing is to respect these animals, because if you don't, they won't have any trouble making you their next meal.
Yankees A's play tonight. The under's 8.5. Under's hitting
Another creature from the ancient oceans. This time a plesiosaurus. It has a flat body, an elongated tail, and 4 powerful flippers that help it glide through the water. Like modern-day sea mammals, it has to come up for air. It basically spends its time surfing and eating, which is not a bad way to live.
Going against Will Warren, who hasn't been great, but he is better. 2 runs better on his ERA at home than he is on the road. So I think we get a lower scoring game here. To Saturday night, the big one. Ilya Topuria steps up to lightweight to make his debut, taking on Charles Oliveira. I like Topuria to win the fight. paying minus 500 in a situation like this. So let's get creative. Toporia's method of victory, to win by knockout, technical knockout, or DQ, is minus 185. That's more palatable. Oliveira's length will buy him some time, as will his grappling. But the bottom line is, Topuria is inevitable. Sometime in 25 minutes, he's going to figure out a way to put Oliveira away. Keep an eye on the weigh-ins later today. Topuria is going to have no problem making weight. Oliveira could struggle. That's going to play big tomorrow night.
All right, Joe is there in Vegas for that event tomorrow night. Joe, if this is the jacket you got on Friday morning, I can't wait to see what you got for Saturday night. UFC 317 is tomorrow night with the lightweight and flyweight belts on the line. The prelims begin at 8 Eastern on ESPN, ESPN Deportes, and ESPN Plus in English and Spanish. With the main card at 10 Eastern on pay-per-view. Buy it at ESPNplus.com/PPV. When we come back, Luka and Giannis, the draft is over, but Wendy's going to tell you why the Lakers and the Bucks are on the clock right now. And that's not all Wendy's going to tell you. We got Hembo is off today. Our researcher in Bristol, Denner, has this question for Wendy. So Giannis could play for another team next season after he just averaged 30 points and 10 rebounds per game with the Bucks. Only 2 players have started a season on a different team after doing that. Who were they? Wendy's going to think that over, and he's going to answer it when we come back.
I once saw a guy get dealt a royal flush and push. I'm not kidding.
It's like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Last time. Bye, my friend. What else do you do? Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 Liberty.
My big ones are fiberglass clubs. Dance and streams away. Missing out on all these new Louisiana flavor-rated wraps. Don't be like Dante.
Love that chicken from Popeye. The crispiness, the chewiness, the straight-up deliciousness. It's not just good, it's oh my goodness! Wow, it's exciting.
Talenti's salted caramel truffle layers with creamy salted caramel gelato.
Bradley,
Cookies.
I can see the cookies, but the jar is see-through.
I knew that.
I knew you knew that.
Talenti, raise the jar.
On Medicare? Living with diabetes? Progress is having your coffee like you like it, without an audience. The Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor can help lower your A1C over time. Covered by Medicare for more people managing diabetes with insulin. This
En
is
route to
progress.
pick up the asset.
Ask your doctor about the Freestyle Libre 3 Plus sensor.
You've earned this, so hold it up high. You don't just give an extra hand, you give your whole heart, because it feels good to raise up the community that raised you. You are a fighter, and this is your reward. Medalla, the mark of a fighter.
Looking for a reason to try the $5 meal deal with new McValue? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new McValue.
Come on, guys. Let's go. I want to take your banana pudding. You take my banana pudding. It's on. It's on.
I was going to say, will you marry me?
Save 2 times more for all of life's moments. With the bank, that's your ally.
Success is the... Hold on. Just had it.
Unless everything changes, this restaurant needs to officially cease operations.
Because keeping it open would be like...
Beating a dead horse before you throw it off a cliff.
We get it. We get it.
Showtime!
Try to keep up, yeah? Walk like a G. There you go, Neil. Hello? I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
we shoot baskets with paper balls? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California Lottery, because a little play can make your day.
Do it all with Steel Battery. Don't miss Steel deals. Now is the best time to save big on over 40 hardworking Steel tools. Hurry into your local Steel dealer or shop online.
This is television like 2025. Hawk and Mark are a test pattern. I don't know what's going on over here. Wallpaper samples. Game on other end. You're the fashionista here. I mean, does this clash?
They look so good.
They look good. I'm not suggesting they don't look good.
The H is in the building.
Markeith is immediately shaking his head. When you come up on camera and you're doing this, I'm going to come to you immediately.
I'm tired of hearing the nonsense.
The second April needs a new name. I am proposing Satan's Jail.
Kuzma said he finally got a real one, not one in the bubble.
Oh, man, I ain't feeling that.
How you doing? Come on now. Is that a suitcase?
It's my suitcase.
Whatever it takes. Plus the unmade bed in the background. Boy, this is a glamorous life he got working there. There we go. Satan's Jail.
Stay out of it. Stay out of it.
If you were here, I would kiss you.
Well, I'm not sure. Is a kiss a reward or is it a punishment?
As soon as I said that, I regretted it.
These are good lips.
What? I mean, welcome back. I'm Mike Greenberg. Yes, he is. The real Mike Greenberg, who should have been the general manager of the New York Jets. The man.
Greeny, nobody smiles in Satan's Jail.
That's exactly right.
Very upsetting. It's a very upsetting photo.
I don't understand. Are you meant to be in the jail, or are you like the warden? Like, which side of the bars are you on here? Yeah.
Jay Billis did not like Satan's Jail.
No.
He voted it down.
Well, at least they didn't do this to him. Yeah. Hey, before the break, we asked Wendy, because Giannis just averaged 30 points and 10 rebounds a game, and there's a chance he's on a new team next year. Only 2 players have started a season on a different team after doing that, after averaging 30 points
First
and 10
of all,
rebounds a game.
I would like to lodge a protest. I should not have to be giving 2 answers.
And yet here we are.
Giving 1. You're the trivia.
I have it on here. I can read it. You gotta guess.
Right. Look, the hard one is the 10 rebounds.
Yeah.
Okay. So I thought maybe Shaq, when he went from the Magic to the Lakers, I don't think he averaged 30 though. So I'm going to go with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar when he left the Bucks, because this is a Bucks type question.
That is correct. That's 1.
Oh, I should just get full credit. Another one, just when you don't know and there's a stat question, you say Will Chamberlain.
All right, well, that makes sense, but it's not accurate. It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Moses Malone going from Houston to Philly.
Where he won MVP both years.
Both of those guys won MVP in their first season with their new teams. Half a point for Wendy for getting Kareem, and his protest has been noted and will be ignored. 3 days left until the start of NBA free agency, and Wendy is here with winds of change. So, Wendy, let's start in L.A.
They've got some contracts to deal with. First of all, Luka Doncic, they really want to extend his contract. They can't do that for another month until August 2nd. In between now and then,
commencing asset
they need to make sure that they improve their roster so that he's excited about signing a long-term contract extension. Specifically,
heading to collect the asset. Collecting asset.
LeBron James has an option
asset delivery confirmed.
He has to decide whether to opt out by
This dinosaur, the Dilophosaurus, has a distinctive neck frill it can expand when it senses danger. It's also been known to spit into the eyes of its prey, blinding it before it goes in for the kill.
Hope to have him signed up to a new deal next year.
Lots going on in L.A. Excitement around, obviously, what they can be with Luka. LeBron still with at least, I guess, 1 year left. We don't know. But
setting additional tasks.
They talk about championships in L.A. Like, that's what matters. So how do they get back to that level?
Well, you would love to mirror what he did in Dallas when they had Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively. Unfortunately, both those players are probably not available to get them to Los Angeles here. It starts with the center position, but how do you go out and acquire one? They have a $5.7 million tax mid-level exception to go out and sign a player. It's a below average in total free agent market here. When you look at players like, certainly Luke Cornett is an interesting name. Jackson Hayes, who was here last year. Al Horford, who is 39 years old. Clint Capella is an interesting name. That is the priority. Now, outside of free agency, you're looking at the trade market. You're looking at the players on your own roster, whether it be Gabe Vincent or Rui Hachimura, Maxi Kleber, who are all on expiring contracts. You have $60 million plus, and you've got a first-round pick in 2031. But it takes two to tango. I was going through some names when I was sitting on the side here, and I'm having a hard time coming up with a true trade that the Lakers could do right now.
Tim, what do you think the Lakers' priority needs to be in these upcoming months?
Well, as Bobby said, the challenge here is figuring out who to plug into the holes the Lakers have. The holes are pretty clear. It starts with that center, preferably a rim-running center who can protect the rim, which has always been a great thing for Luka Doncic to have. They need more perimeter defense. They need more shooting across the roster for guys like LeBron James and Luka Doncic to set up for open threes. One thing those guys are both excellent at doing. So, look, the thing to look at with the Lakers is, as you said, Roz, the goal is to win championships. They lost in 5 games in the first round to the Wolves. The Wolves lost in 5 games in the conference finals to the eventual champion Oklahoma City Thunder. That is the gap that we're talking about the Lakers having to make up. And to do that's going to require a lot of work and a lot of assets, which the latter of which the Lakers do not really have. So it's going to require a lot of creativity from Rob Pelinka, some use of the fact that they are in L.A., the fact that they've got LeBron and Luka there to try to entice some guys to come. But it is not going to be easy for the Lakers to fill in these holes on their roster and catch up to a Thunder team that is the deepest team in the league, already one of the youngest champions ever, and is only going to be better with the experience they gained over the past couple of months.
Like the switch from L.A. to Milwaukee now, Wendy, we call that the reverse Kareem. What's going on with Giannis and the Bucks?
So right now, Giannis is overseas enjoying his summer and is watching to see what the Bucks do. And the reason why he's watching is because the Bucks have 7 free agents, 4 of which I would call core pieces. Depending on what Bobby Portis does, he's got a contract decision to opt in or out of his contract by the end of the weekend. And they are in need of a point guard replacement for Dame Lillard. That is a lot for a team to handle in offseason, especially for a team that doesn't have salary cap space. And if they re-sign their players, wouldn't potentially have the mid-level exception of $14 million to go out there in the market. So can the Bucks, between keeping their players and potentially trying to find a stopgap point guard, can they present Giannis with a team that could be a contender in the Eastern Conference? The league doesn't think so. And that is why over the last few days we have seen a couple of teams that could have bid for Kevin Durant, a team like New York, a team like Miami, potentially a team like San Antonio, not get into that bidding. And we saw a Milwaukee Bucks 2026 first-round pick traded on draft night with the expectation that it would be a valuable pick because teams are questioning whether the Bucks are going to be a strong team next year because they're questioning whether Giannis is going to be there. So we'll see how the Bucks deal with all these challenges.
League does not think the Bucks can convince Giannis he wants to be there long term. Tim, what do you think? How does this work out?
Confirming asset delivery.
I mean, we'll see a month from now where the Bucks sit, Roz. Obviously, as Brian laid out, they have a lot of work to do to get to be a contending team, even in a weaker Eastern Conference. And the one team I think to watch if we do get to the point where we're talking about trades, for Giannis, the Houston Rockets. Brian did not mention them. The Rockets did not give up very much of their long-term cash of assets to get Kevin Durant. They still have a lot of stuff in the tank to go get another player, whether it's Giannis or another star.
Bobby?
Yeah, listen, they're going to try to thread a needle to make some
complete.
trades and also bring back some of their free agents. That's going to be the priority. Now, how do they go out and do a trade if they're not trading, certainly not Giannis or Damian Lillard or probably even Kyle Kuzma here? Pat Connaughton, that's probably the contract, and how do you get the money to get up and get a player that's making $20, $25 million? It's going to be a challenge. John Horst is certainly creative to go out and do it, but
assets in the air.
We're going to sit back and watch them over the next 2 weeks.
Fascinating NBA off-season on tap, and we really like Brian Windhorst to make sure he's rested up and prepared to cover all of it, because earlier in the show, he kind of lost his way around the studio a little bit. That was a good recovery. But, yeah, what do we...
Commencing asset transit.
That's me just not respecting your authority as host.
That may be. That may be.
Transportation complete.
I would never question that.
No, I guess that's true. That's a good call. But, yeah, this is Wendy forgetting how live TV works.
You see how light I was on my feet there?
Yeah, that was excellent. It was really, really impressive. It would have been even more impressive if it hadn't happened at all. First take is coming up. Do the Lakers have enough to be
Delivery has been completed.
Which team is under the most pressure to come out of the East next season? All that and more on First Take when we're done here at the top of the hour.
With the Chase mobile app, things move a little more smoothly. Deposit checks easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours.
Looks like we've told people Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. For the last time.
Huh. Shallow. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When Superman is off saving the day, DQ is here with a $7 meal deal. Now with the $2 small Blizzard Treat upgrade. Get any small Blizzard Treat like our newest menu hero for just $2 more. This summer, save on all your faves at DQ.
So this is pickleball? Probably get some pickles at the bar.
Next, David and other David.
Better idea. A lot better. Still haven't seen the guy with the pickles.
No, me either.
If your grandpa wears one of these, or if your wife wears this, you can count on USAA. Membership for the spouses, kids, and then grandkids of those who served. Count on us. Count on USAA.
Whenever heartburn strikes, get fast relief with Tums. It's time to love food back. Also try new Tums Gummy Bites.
When you see a car, you can find it on Auto Trader. Even my TV detective car. Just put your info in the Kelly Blue Book My Wallet, browse personalized monthly payments from dealers in your area, then start and finish the deal online. Case closed.
As a director, confidence was always my strong suit, but psoriasis stripped it away. Until I got clearer skin. With Bimzelx, I can't wait to say I'm back.
Only Bimzelx targets and blocks IL-17A plus F to calm inflammation. Bimzelx can deliver transformative relief.
Most people got 100% clear skin, some after the first dose. I'm back to running the show again.
Serious side effects like suicidal thoughts and behavior, infections and low ability to fight them, liver problems, and inflammatory bowel disease have occurred. Tell your doctor if these happen or worsen, or fevers, chills, muscle aches, or cough occur, or you've had a vaccine or plan to. Before starting, get checked for infections, tuberculosis, and liver problems.
Give yourself a chance to say, I'm back.
Ask your dermatologist about Bimzelx.
It's Verizon Summer Bundle. All new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence, Apple Watch Series 10 and iPad. All three on us.
Dr. Kajal Dua. I'd ask what brings you here, but I'm not sure I'd get an answer.
Get all three on any
To some, this may seem inhumane, but when we let the dinosaurs fight, or when we manipulate them to, we gain a greater understanding of the animals. This research may eventually help us to better manage them.
4, and the price makes 5. Get more than you expect with the $5 meal deal with new...
Asset requiring collection.
The history of winning started with the 65 Gators losing steam, losing sweat.
Transportation
the
underway.
Solution, a drink that hydrates better than water and changed the game forever.
Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. The sweet scent of a honeymoon in Fiji. Moisturized with vitamin B3.
You better not be using all the Old Spice.
Can you get my bag?
Asset in transit.
If you're a fan, what you'll see in the next minutes, hours, and days to
Asset
follow
transported.
may convince you've gone to sports heaven. Right now, you're standing on the edge of tomorrow. Booyah!
The PFL World Tournament rolls on tonight with the middleweight, light heavyweight, and heavyweight semifinals. Our three-fight show starts at 8 Eastern on ESPN+, followed by the early card at 8:30, then the main card at 10:30 Eastern on ESPN, ESPN+, and ESPN Deportes. Giannis getting traded, and if so, where?
Talk about putting me on a spot.
Yes.
No, Milwaukee.
Oh,
The loyalty
okay.
factor rules the day.
That's very disappointing news for a lot of fan bases. Thanks for getting up with us today and all week. We're back Monday. First Take is next.
Welcome to First Take on a Feel Good Friday. Clearly a casual Friday as well. A lot to unpack today. It's an arms race in the West. Is it true that LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers may be closer to a chip than many believe? Meanwhile, the East, yeah, it's wide open next season. With that in mind, someone here thinks we may be sleeping on Joel Embiid in the Sixers. And are we trending more and more towards prospects trying to dictate where they want to play? Major disagreement on if this is problematic. It's First Take. Let's get it. Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome to First Take here at Hudson Square. I got to get used to saying that. Brian Windhorst in the building, Tim McMahon, Danny Green. Guys, how we feeling? How we doing?
Great. Feeling good.
All right, Wendy, you awake? You look alive.
Oh, I've been awake for hours on end, Molly.
Oh, yeah, you're already warmed up. You're ready to go. All right, let's dive right in because we got some breaking news here, guys. Sean's reporting this morning that Masai Ujiri is out as vice president and chairman of the Toronto Raptors. The Raptors won their first championship under Ujiri in 2019, but have gone 55 and 109 over their last two seasons. Wendy, what impact could this move have on the NBA landscape?
Well, the Raptors are a team that, first off, they've a little bit underachieved the last couple of years, and they frankly kind of tanked at the end of the season. They won more games than they wanted to, and they didn't get lucky in the lottery. They ended up with the 9th pick, and then they tried to move up with the 9th pick, either move up in the draft or use the 9th pick to acquire more talent, which they weren't able to get done. But the key, I think, here is the Raptors are about to have an ownership change. In fact, they've already had the ownership change. And Ed Rogers, the head of Rogers Communications, is going to be taking over the team within the next year. And he fired the head of the Toronto Argonauts. He fired Brendan Shanahan, who ran the Toronto Maple Leafs. And now there's a parting of ways with the president of the Toronto Raptors. First off, Ujiri is one of the most respected executives in the league. I do not think that he will have a problem getting another job if he wants one. However, it is a reminder of how Raptors were going to be potentially very motivated to make a move in the next couple of weeks.
Danny, are you shocked by this from a player perspective?
I am, because Masai has done so much for that organization. He's been amazing. Obviously, he's legendary in the whole country of Canada. And for me, I'm biased, but I love what he's done there. Obviously, the last couple of years have not been great, but I had full confidence that he would turn it around. He hasn't got that opportunity. Well, he won't get that opportunity any further. But we had a great relationship. He had a great relationship with all the players there. And I said he was a guy that did a great job of recruiting guys and getting people to come there. So I was a little shocked by it because I thought he might have been one of the guys to make a run at one of the big stars this upcoming free agency. But he won't get that opportunity now. So, I mean, things are changing all around the league.
Tim, what was your visceral reaction when you heard this?
Well, I wasn't surprised because it seemed like his tenure in Toronto was going to come to an end sooner than later. But what Wendy said about him being one of the most respected executives in the league, won't have a problem getting another job if he wants one. That, to me, is the big question. Does Masai Ujiri want to jump right in with another franchise? I think that's a question a lot of people around the league are going to be asking. This is a guy who's proven he can build not just a contender, but a championship team, making a blockbuster trade to bring in a Danny Green. I think there was somebody else involved in that deal too, kind of Kawhi. But seriously, the guy built a sustained contender in Toronto, got them to the mountaintop, and if you're looking for somebody to run your franchise, I think you've got to start right here if he's available.
All right, speaking of changes, guys, let's look to the great state of Texas here. So looking forward to that for NBA basketball, with each team loading up heading into next season. Despite trading Luka Doncic to the Lakers for 10-time All-Star Anthony Davis, the Mavs hope for a generational pairing after drafting the #1 consensus player in the country in Cooper Flagg. The Rockets made a big splash this past Sunday with the acquisition of 15-time All-Star Kevin Durant from the Suns, pairing KD with the likes of young rising star Amen Thompson. And let's not forget about the Spurs. After acquiring De'Aaron Fox from the Kings last season, San Antonio looks forward to having him and the French sensation Victor Wembanyama for a full season. Danny, which Texas duo are you the highest on?
I may sound a little biased here, but I'm looking at the Spurs. I want to see a healthy Wemby and a De'Aaron Fox. We never got a chance to get them at full strength last year. Obviously, everybody's interested in seeing what KD looks like too, but for me, it's that duo and seeing how Wemby bounces back from that blood clot issue and De'Aaron Fox from his surgery. So, and they have a good core around them. They just drafted Dylan, Harper. They have Stephon Castle. They have so many good young pieces. Vassell. You got Keldon Johnson over there, Jeremy Sohan. Like, they have a really great, young core. So I want to see how they can, because I think they've been one of those teams that turn around fully and not be, obviously they were a lottery this past year, but going from that to being
probably a top 6 seed in the West, top 6 seed in the West, excuse me.
McMahon, who do you have your eye on?
I'm shocked that Danny Green when goes first go, right? You win championship somewhere, you should be a little bit biased. But look, this is there's a no wrong answer situation here. There's reason for excitement with all of these duos. I'm going to go with Kevin Durant and Amen Thompson. And the tiebreaker there is I think they have the best team. I think they have the best situation in terms of being able to make a deep playoff run. Amen Thompson is one of the best defensive players in the league, just spectacular in transition. But this team had a massive glaring hole in terms of the go-to guy. You bring in Kevin Durant, who can get 27 points per game in his sleep, 30,000 plus points, still playing at an elite level. And I do expect that the Houston Rockets are going to be playing into May, potentially even deep May.
Ollie, I don't know the answer to this question. I honestly, I don't. I think part of it is we don't know necessarily who the duos are. What I mean, you talk about Wemby and De'Aaron Fox. Certainly, those guys are top of the game. But what if Dylan Harper is the kind of player that the Spurs and a lot of people think he is? What if their new duo, with all due respect to De'Aaron Fox, what if their duo ends up being Dylan Harper and Victor Wembanyama, and then you have Stephon Castle and De'Aaron Fox? Now you're talking about a different conversation altogether. I could have said the same thing about Dallas. This is not really a duo situation. This is a trio. When Kyrie Irving gets healthy, we're talking about Kyrie and Cooper Flag and AD. That's very powerful. And, it's really hard to build a big three in the modern NBA because of the new rules, the new CBA rules, except when one of them is on their rookie contract, which Cooper Flag is going to be for the next 4 years. And then in Houston, I kind of, if I had to pick a team now that I like to win, I like Houston, like McMahon said, because I think KD, adding to that roster, and I am as high on Amen Thompson as I am on any young player in the league. And again, they have Amen Thompson is on a rookie scale contract, but that leaves out their all-star. Their all-star is Alperen Şengün. And so what makes this so remarkable, and it's a really good construct of a question because it's a really good, who do you like the best? But these teams are deeper than these duos.
Okay, let's put it this way. I love the appreciation you're having for the league, but if Big Perk was here right now, he'd tell you this is first take, and you need to pick a side. But I'll work with you a little bit. What are you most excited to see right now?
Most excited to see with McMahon is Amen and Durant, because I think their skill sets potentially, especially if they're going to complement each other on the wings, potentially very, very interesting. But I will say, Cooper Flag is going to be fascinating to watch. But if you're backing me into a corner, I will say the Rockets.
Danny?
Interesting take. No love for Cooper Flag and Anthony Davis from anybody here. I'm interested in seeing that. I said I picked the Spurs because I just think they can turn it around. Houston does have the better team right now. But if healthy, I think Dallas, honestly, could be the team to give OKC their toughest run. They could be one of the best teams in the West between Houston and Dallas. So, yeah, Wendy, I love the fact that you're looking at the trios, but we got to pick a duo here. And I guess I can settle with Kevin Durant, Amen Thompson. That's a good second for me anyway.
I talked him into it.
Yeah. Tim, why no love for Cooper and AD?
Well, listen, again, there's no wrong answers here, and I will say, obviously, everybody is extremely excited to see Cooper Flag, and especially early in the season, when Kyrie, unfortunately, will be recovering from a torn ACL, he's not going to be on the floor. Cooper Flag is going to have a chance to really spread his wings. Jason Kidd sees a lot of Grant Hill type of characteristics. Remember Detroit Grant Hill? That was a bad dude. And Cooper Flag is going to have a chance to be a point forward, to have the ball in his hands a lot. Not sole responsibility, but like Jay Kidd did with Giannis, he's going to put the ball in his hands and see what he can do with it. And this is a guy, there's the Grant Hill comparison. There's also a Kawhi comparison of what he can do defensively. Obviously, there's a ton of excitement about Cooper Flag, so much so that I think that some of those folks who promised never to show up to the AAC again after the Luka trade, they'll have their butts right back in those seats with number 32 jerseys on.
Danny?
I think we're giving Cooper Flag a lot of credit here early on. The Grant Hill Grant Hill was a realist that he was a bad dude. And I think the reason why a lot of us have not chosen the Cooper Flag Anthony Davis is because Cooper Flag hasn't been proven yet. He has to still learn a lot. Amen Thompson has shown what he can do. De'Aaron Fox has shown what he can do. So obviously Wemby has too, and Kevin Durant. So we're waiting to see what Cooper Flag can bring. Obviously, We know he's an unbelievable talent. He's gifted, and we expect some big things from him. I think he's going to be in a situation where he can learn a lot. So we don't know what he's going to look like yet. Obviously, there's these comparisons of Grant Hill, but I haven't given him that type of credit just yet, or those type of flowers just yet, until I see it. So I think that's why they're in last place for me in the duos on the top duo list.
All right, let's push it forward, but stay in the West here, guys. Ant-Man's playoff run ended at the hands of the Thunder for the second year in a row. OKC took down the Wolves in just 5 games in the West semis en route to their first title. Despite that, Edwards still in good spirits. Listen to this.
Hey, season 5 over with. Got my KFC, UFC, USC, OKC in 5, man. I ain't gonna make no excuses.
Right.
Hey, they put belt that. I can't be mad at that, right?
That's it.
Look, we can't be mad at that.
You already know what time it is.
I said, man, wins or lose, I'm still gonna talk my.
Got to.
Look, you gotta win like a boss and lose like a boss.
See, this is why people love Ant-Man. It's not just the play on the court, it's the personality as well. Always a good time. Tim, what's your confidence level in Ant-Man leading Minnesota in the West?
I just hope the league office isn't listening, because he might have just gotten fined about, I don't know, how many beeps were there? About 25 per, so he's out 200 grand or so. Listen, the Timberwolves back-to-back conference finals appearances, and is potentially, you could argue he's a top 5 player already. He's an ascending talent. I love Anthony Edwards. I've got a ton of respect for the Wolves, and I think they can beat KFC, UFC, USC. They're not beating OKC. The problem I have with saying that the Wolves are going to take another step is the Oklahoma City Thunder are going to be back next year, and they are going to be better. It is the youngest champion in 50 years, and a team that is is improving, much less all the guys, the Jalen Williams, the Chet Holmgrens, the Casey Wallaces. I could go on down the list. Oklahoma City is the problem here. Anthony Edwards and the Timberwolves, really, really good, rising, but they're going to keep on hitting their heads on the ceiling that is the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Wendy, to that you say what?
Well, I was there that night and had been in his press conference a few minutes before that video. That was, I believe, right after Game 5 where they lost in Oklahoma City. And it was interesting to see the way Ant was reacting. He wasn't, I think he was upset, but I think his way of dealing with being upset is to sort of be gregarious like that.
That's when we dissected the press conference.
Exactly.
Yes.
I was at the press conference, and I would just remember Bill Duffy, who is one of them, a legendary NBA agent. I think he had 4 guys drafted in the top 15 this week. I was with Bill Duffy after the game, and he represents Mike Conley, who is in his mid-30s and near the end of his career, who was absolutely devastated. And he basically was hugging Mike Conley, dealing with the loss of that season. And then he walked over to Ant, who he also represents, and Ant was like, "I'm fine, don't worry about it," And so it was.
And Ant was excoriating, saying that because he said he felt terrible for Mike Conley.
He felt bad for Mike Conley.
Yeah,
yes,
and people didn't like that. Yeah, that answer.
So anyway, here's what I'd say: the Timberwolves are set up to continue to be very competitive, and I still believe Ant is getting better. I think his game and his leadership is getting better, and the Timberwolves have taken some steps to keep their team very competitive. They are going to have some big moves in this next few days. They have 3 key free agents: Julius Randle, who I expect them to get re-signed; Naz Reid, who was last year's 6th man of the year and plays a very important role for them. He is going to opt out of his contract over the weekend, I expect. I think they've prioritized re-signing him. I'm not so sure about Nickeil Alexander-Walker. I'm sure there are methods that they have to try to keep the 3 of them. But one of the reasons they went out last year and they got a couple of first-round picks was to try to replace Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So I think that team is going to be very strong. And while I look at the Thunder and say that's a very difficult team to overcome, I have seen Ant repeatedly be able to be a leader in the postseason setting. So I think, it's one thing to say, can Luka lead the Lakers to a finals when the Lakers clearly are not built out? The Wolves are built out as a team, and they have an elite executive who is leading them. I believe the answer to this is yes. I think it's going to be hard. I wouldn't favor it, but I think Ant can get it done.
Danny, the thing I find interesting is, real quick, the conversation prior to this is Ant's the future face of the league, and now we're wondering, can he even lead them to the finals? Danny?
I mean, I'm full confident in Anthony Edwards of becoming the player we expect him to be. He's obviously taking accountability, and I think he understood that the fact that they were a good team, but they were not better than Oklahoma City Thunder. That's why he wasn't so disappointed. The Oklahoma City Thunder was just a better basketball team. I'm fully confident in him as an individual, but the organization, I'm not so sure about that, Wendy. I don't know if they're going to make the right moves. If you're not making moves in this league today, you're not getting better. I don't know if they're going to be able to do that. Even bringing back those guys, I don't think they're good enough. You can bring back all of those guys. They're not good enough to beat the Oklahoma City Thunder. They don't have the pieces. They need more people around Anthony Edwards to make it easier for him. So I said I'm confident in Anthony Edwards. I don't know if I'm confident in the Wolves organization. Honestly, I think they got lucky to get into the Western Conference Finals in general.
Let me ask you this.
If Steph is not hurt, I don't know if they beat Golden State.
Let me ask you this. They had an opportunity 2 weeks ago or so to trade for Kevin Durant. Now, Durant didn't want to be there, and so then they backed off. But I think there was a framework where they could have traded for Kevin Durant. And now, Durant, I don't know what Durant would have done. You know, that indicates that they still think that they need to work on their roster. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't necessarily think if they got Kevin Durant that they would have necessarily been able to get over the hump. But I don't know if you feel differently. Because if you don't like where they're at, maybe you thought they should have gone for Kevin Durant.
I think they should have, and they need to go for somebody else. Because as it stands, I don't think they have enough pieces to get it done, or even get back to the Western Conference Finals. I think it was luck of the draw, and they were, they asked. I think Finch asked before the series, "Are you guys a Western Conference Finals team, or did you make the Western Conference Finals?" To me, I thought they just made the Western Conference Finals, and they had a good, lineup of who they matched up with, and being an unhealthy Golden State Warriors team. Because with Steph being healthy, I think that's a different series. And honestly, they were 6th seed. I didn't expect them to come out. They beat the Lakers. They beat them pretty handedly. But anybody else in the West, I don't see them beating them that comfortably.
Danny, hold that thought. Tim, I see you shaking your head here. Do you not have confidence in the organization either? Or did you have some confidence in the fact that they were looking at KD?
Listen, I don't think they should have done the KD thing if KD didn't want to be there. Plus, they'd have been giving up likely their defensive backbone in Rudy Gobert and other pieces and really sacrificing depth. But I'm not going to sit here and say the Timberwolves are lucky to get to the conference finals. You can't. Are you lucky 2 times in a row? I mean, if so, they should go buy a lottery ticket. And here's the thing. Finch said that as a challenge. They went there last year. Now, they made major change, obviously, trading Karl Anthony Towns, bringing in Julius Randle. They went through a lot last year to kind of get that fit to work, to get comfortable. But the problem here is not the Minnesota Timberwolves. That is a phenomenal organization. They've got a great coach. They've got a great front office. They have an awesome face of the franchise, a good supporting cast. The problem is the Oklahoma City Thunder. And that's, guess what? It's the problem for the Timberwolves. It's the problem for the Rockets. It's the problem for the Nuggets, the Warriors. We can go on down the list. And it's a problem for the entire Eastern Conference. The Oklahoma City Thunder are a major problem that we're going to watch play in June several times over the next 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, I can't disagree with you there. I think they are a great organization. But I do think they need to get lottery tickets because they have been. I think the whole Karl Anthony Towns trade, Julius Randle had an unbelievable season. But when the start of the season with Karl Anthony Towns being traded out, a lot of people thought it was a really bad deal. But the fact that Julius found his rhythm, they found a good, thing going with him. They got into, a situation where they got matchups and they beat the Lakers. And I think, but I really do think they did get lucky in the sense that they got the great matchups to get to Western Conference Finals. Because that was not a team that I would think would make the Western Conference Finals confidently, or even next year as they're built up. But I do think the Minnesota Timberwolves organization is a good organization. But I'm just not sure that they're going to be able to draw any other superstar or any other good pieces to fit around Anthony Edwards to get them back to where they were this past year.
Fair enough. Wendy, real quick last word, then I got quick takes for you.
I have an enormous amount of faith in Edwards. I feel like there's only a couple of people in this league I would want over him. Unfortunately, one of them is Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, another one is Nikola Jokic, and those are the teams he's got to somehow get over.
Yeah, and they're both in the West. All right, quick takes. Let's get it, guys. Wendy, with the draft in the books, biggest winner.
I'll tell you what, I like what the Spurs were able to do because they get Dylan Harper. A lot of executives feel like this was a 2-player draft. In other words, there were 2 impact players in this draft. So you wanted to have, with the first or second pick, the Spurs were able to get that pick. And then they were able to get a potentially impact wing player later on in the first round. So, and they're in really good shape to make another deal going forward if they see a star player. And look, they have really set themselves up for growth because they're going to have quality players on rookie contracts. I don't have a loser. I would say the biggest question mark, sort of the biggest gamble, is what the New Orleans Pelicans did. They can look at themselves and say, we got 2 lottery picks in this draft, 2 guys that we're very excited about. Jeremiah Fears is a guy I think Jonathan Givony had going as 4 or 5.
Stephen A. loves him.
He does. And then as soon as they made that draft pick, they immediately got on the phones and said, can we get back into the lottery to get Derek Queen out of Maryland?